بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين. الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لنا أن نرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في هذا اليوم لإطلاق ورشة عمل بعنوان رسم مستقبل المعرفة القضائية، والتي من خلالها سنقوم وعلى مدى يومين باستعراض المنجزات والتطلعات في الذكاء الاصطناعي. السادة الحضور، يسرني الآن أن أدعو سعادة طارق شعيد المنصوري للصعود إلى المنصة، مدير عام محاكم دبي، نائب رئيس مجلس إدارة معهد دبي القضائي، للصعود إلى المنصة لإلقاء الكلمة الافتتاحية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدنا في معهد دبي القضائي أن نرحب بكم جميعا على أرض الإمارات لنعمل سويا من أجل مستقبل مشرق وغد أفضل يسود فيه العلم ونحقق فيه أهدافنا السامية، والتي تأتي في طليعتها تبادل المعارف والخبرات حول محاور هذه الورشة: رسم مستقبل المعرفة القضائية، وذلك من خلال استكشاف المنجزات والتطلعات في الذكاء الاصطناعي. إن أهداف ورشتنا تتناغم تماماً مع طموحات دولتنا وقيادتنا الرشيدة، التي تسعى إلى جعل دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أفضل دولة في العالم، بحلول الذكرى المئوية لقيام الاتحاد في عام 2071، سعياً لتحقيق الريادة في كافة المجالات على المستويات الحكومية، والتي يأتي الذكاء الاصطناعي واحداً من متطلباتها وأدواتها الفاعلة. ومن هذا المنطلق تم إعلان عن استراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي، التي تعد الأولى من نوعها على مستوى العالم لتواكب التوجهات الوطنية. وقد حرصنا في معهد دبي القضائي على الخوض في هذا المجال من خلال العمل بالتعاون مع الشركاء المحليين والدوليين للبحث في دور وتأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي في القطاع القضائي، والإحاطة بتأثيراته واحتمالات تطبيقه، وما يمكن أن يحمله من فوائد إيجابية على العمل القضائي والقانوني بمختلف جوانبه في المستقبل القريب. إننا نأمل أن تكون هذه الورشة وغيرها من الأنشطة العلمية والعملية من المحاولات التي يمكن أن تساعدنا جميعاً على الاستعداد للمستقبل من خلال التعاون المشترك والتنسيق المستمر، حتى نضمن لقطاعنا مجارات ركب التطور التقني مع القطاعات الأخرى. إن وجود مثل هذه الكوكبة من الخبراء العالميين المميزين سيجعل من ورشتنا حدثاً فريداً من نوعه، ستثريه خبراتهم المتنوعة وتجاربهم القيمة ودراساتهم المعمقة، ليعود نفع مخرجات هذه الورشة على كافة المهتمين في المنطقة والعالم. إنني إذ أشكر حضوركم لهذه الورشة المتخصصة، أتمنى لكم جميعاً الاستفادة مما سيطرح فيها طوال يومين، مع خالص الأمنيات بطيب الإقامة معنا والتوفيق في مشاركاتكم لما فيه خير هذا الوطن المعطاء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة طارق المنصوري على هذه الكلمة. ونحن في معهد دبي القضائي نؤكد على أننا نظل داعمين للتحول الرقمي في القطاع القضائي في الدولة. والآن يسرني أن أدعو السيد أودران مكارتي، ممثل معهد الأمم المتحدة الأقاليمي لبحوث الجريمة والعدالة، للتفضل بإلقاء كلمة ترحيبية.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all here today on behalf of the United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute and its Centre for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics in The Hague. We're extremely proud to be working on this unique event together with the Dubai Judicial Institute. And the fact that it has attracted such a large number of participants is a source of pride for us and a testament to the growing relevance of artificial intelligence for the judiciary. It is also an honor for us to be contributing to the realization of the United Arab Emirates' strategy for artificial intelligence. We've been working in artificial intelligence for several years now at UNICRI, examining the challenges and opportunities it presents from the perspectives of crime, justice, and the rule of law, as well as exploring how the role it can play in contributing to the implementation of Goal 16 of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development on peace, justice, and strong institutions. Together with Interpol, we organize an annual global meeting on artificial intelligence for law enforcement, bringing law enforcement agencies from across the globe, together with experts from industry, academia, and civil society. Through these meetings, we take stock of advancements in artificial intelligence and try to better understand how the technology might be leveraged to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of law enforcement agencies in preventing and controlling crime. Although AI has great potential in this respect and can aid law enforcement in accurately identifying persons of interest in crowded spaces, in predicting and forecasting violence, and even monitoring for the drivers of radicalization in marginalized communities, it can also be very damaging if it is not used in a lawful and trustworthy manner. Effective policing is predicated upon the trust of the community, and public safety can be jeopardized when communities lose trust in law enforcement. In this regard, at UNICRI, we seek to ensure that the use of AI by law enforcement does not interfere with fundamental rights and freedoms, in particular, the rights to privacy, equality, and non-discrimination. Today's event marks the first time we're working with judiciary on this issue. As we all know, the court system is a bulwark for the protection of fundamental rights and will play an increasingly important role in keeping the use of AI by law enforcement in check. At the same time, enhancing efficiency and effectiveness of law enforcement is not if the courts are not prepared to handle cases involving data and information collected by law enforcement using AI systems. For this reason, the court system is an essential interlocutor for UNICRI, and it is important that we all work together to build knowledge and understanding for judges, for prosecutors, and legal professionals. While we hold this particular perspective, we will also, however, see over the course of the next 2 days that there are a range of other legal challenges that are presented with the increasing integration of AI into our society. Whether it is crimes, contracts, or torts, AI has far-reaching ramifications for the law, and we are enthusiastic to explore these areas together with you and with our excellent panel of speakers. I would like once again to express my deep appreciation to our partners and hosts, the Dubai Judicial Institute, for their support in making this event a reality, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate into the future. Thank you all, and wish you a successful meeting.
نشكر السيد أودران مكارتي على هذه الكلمة الترحيبية. والآن يسرني أن أدعو كل من سعادة طارش عيد المنصوري مدير عام محاكم دبي، نائب رئيس مجلس إدارة معهد دبي القضائي، وسعادة القاضي الدكتور جمال حسين السميطي مدير عام معهد دبي القضائي للصعود إلى المنصة لتكريم الشركاء الاستراتيجيين، فليتفضلا مشكورين. أولاً، معهد الأمم المتحدة الإقليمي لبحوث الجريمة والعدالة يونيكراي. الشبكة الأوروبية العربية للتدريب القضائي، النيابة العامة بدبي، محاكم دبي، دائرة الشؤون القانونية لحكومة دبي، معهد التدريب القضائي التابع لوزارة العدل، ودبي الذكية. شكرا جزيلا. أما الآن فيسرنا أن ندعو سعادة يونس آل ناصر مساعد المدير العام لمكتب دبي الذكية والمدير التنفيذي لمؤسسة بيانات دبي لإلقاء كلمة بعنوان خريطة طريق دبي للذكاء الاصطناعي والمبادئ التوجيهية لأخلاقياته في المدينة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب السعادة، معهد دبي القضائي المعهد الإقليمي، معهد الاتحاد الدولي الإقليمي لبحوث الجريمة والعدالة. نشكركم على هذه الاستضافة، وأنا سعيد جدا وفخور أن نحن وصلنا في هذه المرحلة أو هذا النضج من النقاشات في موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي وكذلك استخداماته في مجالات متعددة في المدينة. بس إذا يشغلون العرض the presentation please in the back. طبعا اليوم العرض اللي بنقدمه بعنوان أن نلهمك واقعا متجدد في التحول الرقمي وكذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي، وبتطرق إلى جوانب جدا مهمة واللي هي أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. لكن قبل لا أبدأ مهم أن نحن نعرف في دولة الإمارات العربية وكذلك في إمارة دبي شو تركيزنا اليوم عليه. وأحب أني أبدأ بمقولة من صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء. يوم بدأت مبادرة دبي الذكية في المكتب التنفيذي عنده قال أنا أريد دبي تتحول إلى المدينة الأسعد على وجه الأرض. واليوم نحن دورنا كمدن ذكية وكذلك أفراد قائمين على هذه الأعمال في التحول الرقمي مهم جدا أن نحن كيف نوظف هذه التقنيات في تغيير حياة الناس. كيفية أن اليوم نحط التقنية محور الإنسان في عملية التحول الرقمي. فاليوم نحن نطلع إلى تحول دبي إلى مدينة سعيدة، إلى دبي تكون المدينة الأذكى على وجه الأرض. طبعا اليوم على أساس أن نحن نحقق هذه الرؤية عندنا رسالة نمشي عليها. هذه الرسالة اليوم تي في أن نحن نوظف ابتكارات التكنولوجيا لنلهم واقع متجدد، نخلق تجارب سعيدة في دبي ونحول دبي إلى المدينة الأسعد. اليوم عندنا نحن نتطلع من التقنية إلى أن نتحقق الكفاءة في حياتنا اليومية وكذلك في عملنا الحكومي، أن تكون التقنية آمنة للاستخدام من الجميع، بحيث أن اليوم هذه التقنية نقدر نتعامل معها، وفي النهاية أن نحن نخلق بصمة لدى الإنسان أنه يحس بالفعل هذه تقنية خيرت من حياته وكذلك أسعدته في مجالات الحياتية. رحلتنا هذه ما بدت من اليوم، هذه رحلتنا بدت تقريبا صار لها عقدين من الزمن، أكثر من 20 سنة تقريبا بدت في عملية التحول الرقمي. وسعادتكم تعرفون أنتم توجيه سمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم يوم بدأ في سنة 99 وقال أريد حكومة دبي تتحول إلى حكومة إلكترونية، وهني بدأ العمل في عملية التحول الرقمي. الحكومة اشتغلت 18 شهر نتحول حكومة إلكترونية، لكن المهم في هذا المجال أن دبي حققت قفزات ووضعت نفسها على خارطة طريق دولية بأنها هي مصدرة لهذه التقنيات. وعندنا على سبيل المثال مدينة دبي للإنترنت خرجت تقنيات جدا مهمة، ومنها شركات اللي هي موجودة مثل كريم أصبحت اليوم شركة عالمية مستحوذة من شركة أوبر. عندنا تقنيات وكذلك صدرت من مجال سوق .com واللي استحوذتها أمازون. فدبي اليوم أصبحت مقر لهذه التقنيات. هذه الرحلة انتقلت إلى مراحل بحيث أن وصلنا إلى تحول رقمي كامل للمدينة واللي نسميها المدينة الذكية. ويا المدينة الذكية تم إعادة الهيكلة بحيث أن هذه المبادرة تقودها مكتب معنية بتوجيه واستراتيجيات المدينة في عملية تحول كامل لمدينة دبي، وكذلك لها ذراعين، ذراع تقني وهي حكومة دبي الذكية مسؤولة عن الرقمنة والبنى التحتية في الإمارة، والذراع استشرافي واللي هي معنية بالبيانات وكذلك التقنيات اللي هي معنية بإصدار الرؤى من هذه التقنيات. والرحلة مستمرة إلى سنة 2021 إن شاء الله نتطلع إلى حكومة بلا ورق وتوظيف التقنيات لتحقيق هذا الطموح. طبعا يوم نتكلم عن مدينة ذكية نحن ما يكفينا نتكلم عن تحويل الحكومة فقط، نتكلم المدينة بجميع أبعادها بجميع قطاعاتها سواء كان قطاع عام أو قطاع خاص. وجود التقنية معانا نحن في جميع المجالات، واليوم هذا مثال حي في وجودنا اليوم نقاش التقنيات في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي في المجال القضائي والعدالة. فنحن يوم نتكلم على أبعاد المدينة عندنا 6 أبعاد مهمة. هذه 6 أبعاد تبتدي بالحوكمة، الاقتصاد عامل مهم لطالما دبي كانت مقر حق اقتصاد العالم. وجود التقنية في عملية التحول الرقمي في هذا المجال جدا مهم. نتكلم عن المعيشة إلى التنقل وكذلك البيئة والإنسان اللي هو محور التحول الرقمي. فهذا اليوم مساعدنا على تحول رقمي شامل في إمارة دبي. وكذلك يوم نتكلم عن التقنيات وتحول دبي إلى مدينة ذكية نتكلم عن مجموعة من الأولويات لنا كدبي الذكية. هذه الأولويات تبدأ بالتخطيط الذكي للمدينة، وننتقل إلى خلق تجارب للمقيمين في المدينة، ننتقل إلى الممكنات اللي اليوم تساعدنا في عملية التحول الرقمي، نتكلم وكذلك عن استفادة من بناء التحتية الرقمية اللي موجودة عندنا نحن، ننتقل إلى حوكمة البيانات وكذلك رؤى البيانات، وهني تنصب أكثر العمليات اللي هي معنية بالذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات والأخلاقيات اللي تتطرق إليها يعني هذه التقنيات. ننتقل إلى القيادة العالمية في المدن الذكية، وكذلك أن نحن نكون في أجندة الحكومة متى ما كان دعت الحاجة أن التقنية تكون موجودة فيها. وأحيانا باخذكم في صلب الموضوع اليوم، وبتكلم عن جهود إمارة دبي وكذلك دبي الذكية في عملية في عملية الذكاء الاصطناعي، وبتكلم عن 4 محاور أساسية. المحور الأولي نتكلم عن مختبر الذكاء الاصطناعي، المحور الثاني بنتكلم عن حوكمة البيانات في إمارة دبي، المحور الثالث نتكلم عن أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي وأدواته، والمحور الرابع عن حوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي ومدى نحن اليوم اللي نقدر ندخل فيه في هذا الجانب، نتعمق في عملية حوكمة هذه التقنية. طبعا كلكم عارفين دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أطلقت استراتيجية الذكاء الاصطناعي في الإمارة نحو تطبيق مئوية الإمارات 2071. في دبي أطلقنا مختبر الذكاء الاصطناعي. المختبر معني اليوم بدراسة جميع الحالات التي يمكن تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي فيها. مثل ما تكلمت أنا قلت عندنا الذكاء الاصطناعي يطبق على جميع أبعاد المدينة، وكذلك يوم نتكلم في مجالات استخدامه هني نتكلم عن مجالات عديدة، نتكلم عن التنقل، نتكلم عن الصحة، نتكلم عن القضاء، نتكلم عن الاقتصاد وكذلك الأمن والأمان في المدينة. قدرنا نحدد مع شركائنا الاستراتيجيين أكثر من 20 مؤسسة، قدرنا نحدد تقريبا 43 حالة استخدام للذكاء الاصطناعي. اليوم عندنا هذه خارطة طريق غنية، وكذلك عندنا تقنية ممكنة. راشد المستشار الذكي للمدينة، شات بوت يستخدم اليوم في عملية تقديم خدمات الذكاء الاصطناعي للمقيمين في إمارة دبي، الرد على استفساراتهم والتحاور مع الحكومة في كيفية استفادة من الخدمات اللي تقدمها بصورة سلسة وسهلة وكذلك آمنة. اليوم نحن ماشيين في هذا الاتجاه، وحقيقة بدأ تطلع عندنا كثير من التساؤلات، واللي هي محورها حول الأخلاقيات واستخدامات البيانات. بدون وجود بيانات ما عندنا اليوم ذكاء اصطناعي، وهذا عامل مهم. هو يعني البيانات تعتبر ممكن الأساسي للذكاء الاصطناعي. في هذا الدور إمارة دبي في سنة 2015 أطلقت قانون تنظيم نشر وتبادل البيانات في إمارة دبي. أصبح تبادل البيانات إلزامي بالقانون ما بين الدوائر والمؤسسات الحكومية، وكذلك طرحها للعامة للاستفادة منها. انتقلنا إلى مراحل متقدمة من هذه الحوكمة في البيانات. اليوم نحن نتكلم في مرحلة كيفية إشراك القطاع الخاص في تبادل البيانات ما بين القطاع الحكومي والخاص. ما يكفينا اليوم في تطبيق تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي نقول أنا بعتمد فقط على البيانات اللي موجودة عندي في مؤسستي أو اللي موجودة عندي في الحكومة. نحن محتاجين هذا التعاون والتشارك في تبادل المعلومات. لخلق هذا التعاون نتكلم عن نحن 3 محاور الأساسية. أول شيء خلق الثقة. إذا اليوم ما عندنا ثقة، عملية تبادل البيانات تكون جدا صعبة ما بين الأطراف المختلفة في المدينة. الشغلة الثانية نتكلم عن الحوافز اللي ممكن تقدم في عملية التبادل. ندري نحن اليوم البيانات فيها نوع من التنافسية، فكيف اليوم نقدر نحن نحفز جميع القطاعات بأن تتبادل هذه البيانات بأريحية وتحافظ على تنافسيتها في هذا المجال. المحور الثالث في حوكمة البيانات نتكلم عن عرض القيمة المضافة، أن نحن اليوم لابد أن كل إنسان بناخذ من عنده بياناته يفهم شو القيمة المضافة اللي نحن بنحققها من خلال هذا التبادل اللي جالس نقوم فيه. فهذا اليوم حوكمة متقدمة جالسين نحن نخلقها، ونخلق الثقة في تبادل البيانات في إمارة دبي اللي هي تمكن الذكاء الاصطناعي. وننتقل إلى المرحلة الثانية اللي هو أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. الحمد لله مثل ما قلت نحن عندنا خارطة طريق غنية باستخدامات وتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي، لكن كثير من الاستفسارات تورد، وكثير ما نسمع أن تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي عبارة عن صندوق أسود بلاك بوكس، ما ندري نحن شو اللي يقوم فيه لكن يرد على استفساراتنا. أو هل استخدامات الذكاء الاصطناعي آمنة؟ هل اليوم إذا استخدمنا الذكاء الاصطناعي في القضاء يعتبر عادل كما يقوم فيه الإنسان اليوم هذا الدور يعني كقاضي؟ هذه كلها استفسارات. لكن اليوم ما وقفنا عندنا نحن نخليها استفسارات، قلنا لا، لابد أن نوضع مبادئ وأخلاقيات للذكاء الاصطناعي نقدر نستخدمها على التطبيقات اللي نحن موجودة عندنا في الحكومة. والحمد لله في يناير 2019 أطلقنا هذه المبادئ، وما وقفنا أن تكون مبادئ فقط، أطلقنا معها أداة ذكية بحيث أن أنت اليوم تدخل على موقع إلكتروني تدخل بيانات أو معلومات اليوز كيس أو حالة الاستخدام اللي موجودة عندك أنت، يعطيك الريتنج في النهاية. ويوم نتكلم عن مبادئ أخلاق الذكاء الاصطناعي، أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، نتكلم عن 4 مبادئ رئيسية. أول مبدأ نتكلم عن الإنسان. اليوم كيفية أنسنة الذكاء الاصطناعي. نحن دائما الناس تتكلم مان فيرسز ماشين، نحن لا، اللي نبغيه نحن هني ان الانسان يتكلم مع الآلة ويقدر يطبق هذه التقنية. الشغلة الثانية نتكلم عن مبدأ المساواة، كيف متى ما طبقت انا التقنية هذه تقدر تساوي ما بين البشر اللي موجودين هني عندنا نحن، ما بين الجنسيات المختلفة، ما بين الأعراق المختلفة. هذه أسئلة جدا معمقة ومهمة للإجابة عليها. نتكلم عن الأمان، أني أنا لابد أني أحس بقدر من الأمان متى ما أتعامل مع الآلة هذه. اليوم متى ما أنا جيت لدائرة حكومية تكلمت مع الموظف اللي موجود هناك، أحس بدرجة من الأمان في الخدمة اللي يقدم لي إياها، بغض النظر عن أي قطاع أتكلم عنه أنا. وكذلك مع الآلة لابد أني أنا أحس بنفس درجة الأمان وما يضرني، ما في أي ضرر علي من استخدام هذه النوع من التطبيقات. الأخير نتكلم عن الأخلاقيات، وفي الأخلاقيات نحن توسعنا شوية أكثر، نتكلم عن الشمولية. اليوم نحن عايشين في دولة فيها أكثر من 200 جالية، فهذه مهم أن نحن نتأكد أن نحن كلهم مشمولين في هذا التطبيق. نتكلم عن مبدأ العدالة، أن اليوم نحن متى ما تم اتخاذ قرارات بناء على تعلم الآلة والآلة أن تقوم بهذه القرارات أن تكون عادلة في تطبيقاتها. نتكلم عن أنها قابلة للشرح. في كثير من التطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي مثل ما قلنا الناس تقول أنا هذا بلاك بوكس ما أعرف شو يسوي، لا، لابد أن يكون وصف كامل لتعلم الآلة هذه أو كيف تقوم الآلة هذه بدورها. نتكلم عن مبدأ الشرح، عفوا مبدأ المساواة، أن هي تساوي ما بين البشر. فهذه عمليات جدا مهمة، ومثل ما قلت اطلقنا معاها أداة ذكية. هاي الأداة الذكية نحن استخدمنا بعض حالات الاستخدام اللي موجودة في الإمارة. فعلى سبيل المثال نتكلم عن هيئة المعرفة، عندها اليوم تطبيق للذكاء الاصطناعي في البحث عن المدارس في إمارة دبي، بحيث أن تساعد الآباء أولياء الأمور وكذلك الأبناء في أن يجدون المدرسة المناسبة لهم هم. يوم حطيناها على أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي وصلنا إلى overall scoring، إلى نتيجة بحيث أن هذه متوافقة مع الأخلاقيات بنسبة 91%. يوم ندخل في المجالات شوية معقدة أكثر مثل الصحة، في الصحة التطبيق اللي كان موجود عندهم هم يبون يعرفون تدهور حالة المريض قبل لا يوصلهم المستشفى هذا، فبدأوا طبقوا مبادئ واخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي على حالة الاستخدام هذه. لقينا انهم وصلوا تقريبا 80%. ال 80% ما نوقف عندها هني، نعطيها بعد مجموعة من الريكومنديشن، النظام يعطيهم اياه بحيث ان هذه المجالات اللي انت تحسن فيها بحيث انك انت تتوافق. هذه اسئلة جدا مهمة، وانا سعيد جدا ان نحن في دولة الامارات قدرنا ان نوصل الى مرحلة متقدمة من فهم الذكاء الاصطناعي وكذلك تطبيقات الاخلاقية اللي معنية في هذا المجال. طبعا اليوم اخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي عندنا له مجلس، هذا المجلس موجود فيه مساهمين من القطاع الحكومي وكذلك من القطاع الخاص. معنا شركات كبيرة مثل جوجل واي بي ام ومايكروسوفت يقدمون لنا الاستشارة حول المبادئ والاخلاقيات اللي حطيناها نحن، بحيث ان نحن نواكب الجديد مع التقنية اللي موجودة في يدنا نحن. وياها خارطة الطريق، هذه خارطة الطريق نحن اليوم معتمدين عليها بحيث ان نهاية السنة نطلع بمجموعة من المقترحات اللي تحسن أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في إمارة دبي، وكذلك ننتقل إلى مراحل متقدمة. نحن نشوف إن شاء الله نفسنا من 2 إلى 3 سنوات من الآن أن نقدر نحوكم الذكاء الاصطناعي من خلال سياسات مرنة. عادة يوم يطلع قانون أو سياسة تكون وايد يعني محكومة وما تقدر تغير فيها. التقنية اليوم متغيرة جدا من سنة إلى سنة، فيها كثير من الإضافات، فاللي نحن نبغى نوصل له في أخلاقيات والذكاء الاصطناعي الحوكمة تكون جدا مرنة بحيث أن نقدر نعدل فيها على حسب المعطيات اللي تينا من التطبيقات اللي موجودة في الحكومة. هذه يعني على عجالة شو اللي تقوم فيه إمارة دبي في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات وكذلك أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل عام. أشجعكم أنكم تزورون موقعنا الإلكتروني وتحملون المبادئ هذه بحيث أن تطبق في مؤسساتكم متى ما تم تواجد حالات استخدام. ومرة ثانية أشكر معهد دبي القضائي لهذه الاستضافة في اليوم. شكرا.
نشكر سعادة يونس آل ناصر على هذه الورقة التي تمثل خارطة دبي حول الذكاء الاصطناعي. أما الآن أدعوكم إلى استراحة لمدة 10 دقائق لتناول المشروبات. شكرا. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا مرة أخرى. والآن يسرني أن أدعو السيد عبد الله مطاوع الشريك رئيس قسم الشركات التجارية في مكتب التميمي ومشاركوه ليقدم لنا نظرة أساسية حول الذكاء الاصطناعي، وذلك من خلال كلمته التي تحمل عنوان ما هو الذكاء الاصطناعي. فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, colleagues. I hope you'll forgive me for speaking in the English language. It's actually my first language, so I understand that you have some instant interpretation. I've been asked to speak slowly to give the interpreters time. I think it's always a little bit dangerous to have a lawyer explaining technology concepts. But I'm very pleased to have been asked to give this presentation on what is artificial intelligence. I will be speaking later on today about the impact of artificial intelligence on the judiciary and the law. But this is going to be a background presentation for those of you who are not familiar with the concepts of AI, and hopefully it'll be a reasonably high-level explanation. Just a little bit about my background. So as the gentleman just introduced me, I'm the head of the corporate practice at Al-Tamimi. Al-Tamimi is the largest law firm in the Middle East region. We're a 400 lawyer firm. I head the corporate department, which is around 100 lawyers spread across the region. I'm actually a technology and telecom lawyer, and I've been working in technology and telecom for almost all of my career. And I think that's the reason I've been asked to talk about what is AI. Hoping the slides are going to work. Also, just so while we're waiting for the presentation to load, one other thing in terms of my background is that I am the founder and chairman of a venture capital firm here in Dubai called Dubai Angel Investors. And we are a group of investors in tech companies. And following on from Mr. Yunus's presentation earlier and talking about some of the big success stories from Dubai, there are some smaller companies out there, and I've invested in 2 of them actually, that are in the AI space. One of them was a product called Wrap Up that was built by an engineering team from Dubai. It was a original patentable technology with a global application which operated in the space of voice recognition and transcription. It was incubated here in Dubai. The original investors came from Dubai. I was one of those. My venture fund was one of them. The company was sold to Cisco for $100 million 3 weeks ago, and is now going to be rolled out on a global scale with a product that was actually developed by engineers right here. You ready? Okay, so let's dive straight into it. Of course, people can go back as far as Alan Turing, but I'm going to start with John McCarthy from Dartmouth College in New Hampshire, who was the organizer of an academic initiative in 1955 seeking to explore whether computers could be taught to behave like humans, essentially. And this is where the term artificial intelligence was coined. And this extends beyond the screen, but the essence of the study was to explore whether concepts that were part of learning, that were part of processing functions that humans could do, could be solved by machines, or whether machines could be taught to use language or simulate human brain functions, including getting into abstraction, concepts, actually dealing with ideas. And the key objectives of the study were to look at whether the functions of the human brain could be simulated with computers, whether computers could be used to actually recognize and use general language, whether the neuron or the neural network structure of the human brain could be replicated using a computer, where the multiple layers of actually processing information could be done electronically. So it was an extremely ambitious study back in 1955, and I think the outcome of that was that they decided it was going to be too difficult. And that's when you kind of see this evolution or movement at that time from the idea of a general artificial intelligence where computers can literally be human beings or be intelligent thinking machines that can exactly replicate human behavior, into tasks and processes that are more narrow, that are more specialized, where computing capability can actually be applied to real-world problems. So initially, they were looking to build a general problem solver or see whether computers could do that. And it shifted into a space where more specific problems would be solved by computing capability. So if we look at a timeline, we have this Dartmouth conference and this Dartmouth College paper in 1955. And then in 1966, the first chatbot was developed, the very basic form of a system, a computer-based system that could interact with a human. And this is the sort of precursor of the much more sophisticated kind of systems that we have today, like Siri, that you'll be familiar with. But really, for the next 40 years, these systems were being developed to process data sets and to sort of mathematically compute certain probabilities and outcomes and deal with basically the processing of empirical information and data. And in 2008, the Deep Blue computer beat the world chess champion, Garry Kasparov, in a chess game. A few years after that, we had IBM Watson, which is the IBM deep learning computer, actually winning a Jeopardy competition, an American TV show that asks general questions, general trivia questions. And Watson is a computer that contains 15 terabytes, a huge quantity of general knowledge information. And the way that the system works at a very high level is that it recognizes keywords to begin with. So what happens is the computational speed of the computer sees the data as it comes in, sees the information as it comes in, recognizes it, starts to see what the keywords are that are coming up, and then starts to see whether it can find clusters of associations within this 15 terabits of data, fragments of sentences, and so on. So really, this is, a machine just analyzing using the algorithms that it's taught to use or that are written for it to analyze keywords, see where they fit within this 15 terabit data pool, and see whether it can find associations. And when it it narrows down this analysis using these algorithms of association recognition and sentence fragment recognition, that it can narrow down the information that it's processing to hopefully a correct outcome. And in fact, this is what happened in the 2011 Jeopardy competition, which IBM Watson managed to win. We move forward to 2015, 2016, AlphaGo, the DeepMind computer, won a game called Go, which is a much more complicated game than chess. And so the processing power and the amount of data that it was able to process to do that was absolutely huge, and that was regarded as a key milestone. In 2018, a different application of AI, computers being able to calculate probabilities, being able to measure distances, being able to assess the driving environment. Google launches a self-driving taxi service in Phoenix, Arizona as a pilot called Waymo, and that's in 2018, and that's just a year ago. And so, you know, the big leaps that have been happening, and obviously, you know, Mr. Yunus was talking about this earlier, the big leaps that are happening are just beginning to happen right now in terms of computer ability to, you know, process and produce results, intelligent results from these extremely big and complex data sets. So looking now at the elements of AI, these fall into the categories of brain processing or brain functions, language functions, speech and speech recognition functions, mobility, vision, and emotion. And within each one of these, what engineers are trying to do today is to, as much as possible, teach machines using algorithms, which at the end of the day are still written by people, to process vast amount of data in order to produce results that simulate these functions. So whether it's the brain function of, you know, planning or decision making, and I'll talk about this later on when I speak about the impact of AI on the judiciary and on the law in a little bit more specific detail. But there are certain things that computers today can do, and as I mentioned already, you know, we are really talking about the ability of a mathematical computing instrument being able to answer questions and process those questions as part of an overall system of using data to come up with an intelligent outcome or an intelligent result. So we have, you know, language understanding, predictive inference. I mean, these are technologies that are beginning to get more sophisticated now. Natural language communication, there are multiple of the big tech companies that have developed engines that are now able to do this. Recognize language, that goes into speech and speech recognition. As I mentioned, the company that was built here in Dubai was a speech recognition technology. With mobility, we see the potential for robotics and robots that are built to do specific tasks, rather than the robots of science fiction that are there to, you know, make decisions and act in a more intelligent than human fashion. So in mobility, nevertheless, there are still many, many applications that we're now seeing, including, as I mentioned, autonomous vehicles. There are plenty of other applications in that space. And image recognition, identification, I think this one, you know, if you had, you know, asked engineers 5 or 6 years ago whether computers could recognize images as quickly or more quickly than human beings, the answer would have been no. But the reality is today, image recognition by computers has become much, much faster than the human brain can process. The emotional part, I think, is the one that still is eluding engineers and eluding scientists, which is, you know, whether you can get a computer to recognize emotion. Again, there are simulations of this based on data sets, but I think the consensus is probably that computers have not become emotional beings yet. So when we talk about AI and the engineering and the technology around AI, one of the aspects at the very core of it is the concept of machine learning, where, again, through the building and the refining of algorithms, and an algorithm is, to all intents and purposes, again, this is a lawyer attempting to explain this, but an algorithm is basically a mathematical equation that will take several pieces of data and answer questions. You know, whether a piece of data is, you know, an X or a Y, it could be a binary piece of data, or it could be a number. You know, is it a yes/no answer? So if the answer to, you know, this piece of data is yes, then you should go to this box here, see what the answer to that question is, and if the answer to that is, you know, blue or red, then you should go to that box there. So it's essentially, it's a processing equation that just teaches or tells a computer how to process pieces of data. So within machine learning, you have the general machine learning where you know, computers are actually teaching themselves, which is to a large degree theoretical, and you have the more specialized areas of machine learning where you're actually writing algorithms for specific purposes, and you're getting those algorithms to process data sets. And again, we're talking about very, very large sets of data, so I'm not, this isn't simple science, it's not simple data processing. It can be dealing with extremely complicated data. But generally speaking, it's sort of targeted to specific functions. There are also the concepts of strong AI and weak AI, which generally means that you are either using or developing a machine learning tool or engine that is coming to its own conclusions, teaching itself effectively based on the observations that it makes through the data that you feed into it, or the more sort of supervised learning where, again, it's sort of down to specific tasks and where the machine is taught effectively through a set of programmed responses and supervised interactions. And that's how platforms like Siri and Alexa and chatbot platforms work. So I've borrowed a couple of diagrams from a very good presentation by Booz from last year to talk a little bit more in detail about the supervised learning and the unsupervised learning models. So in the supervised learning model, the first stage is that you give a machine a set of data and you tell the machine what that data is. And you tell the machine how to recognize the data that you've already categorized. And the second step of that process is that you then throw data at the machine that contains data sets that are similar to the one that you've already told the machine it should be able to recognize with the instructions you've given, and other in pieces of data that don't fall within that categorization. And you see whether the system will still recognize all of the categories of data that you've told it to recognize. So in this particular example, you start off by telling a computer, you know, here are 1 million images of cats. Here is what the images of cats have in common. This is how to recognize the photo of a cat. It could be one of 1 million photos, 1 million different cats, but there are certain commonalities that the computer will be taught to look for. Then, in the second step, you throw 2 million images at it. Some of them are cats and some of them are not cats. So in this example, the ones that are not cats are dogs. And you see whether the machine recognizes and categorizes the ones that are cats and excludes all of the others. And if it doesn't, then you refine the algorithm and you refine the machine so that it can start recognizing with a higher degree of accuracy. And this is the supervised learning model of machine learning. And the key problems that that is suited towards is classifying data sets. And by the way, I mean, these are data sets that can comprise any number of categories, whether we're talking about images or sounds or words or numbers or series of numbers, computer code, and so on. So there are many, many different types of data sets that a computer can process. Moving on to the unsupervised model, and this is the one that is going to be regarded, obviously, as a much more sophisticated one and suited to more complex types of problem. And there are, real life examples of this, is where you basically throw lots of data at a machine that you have programmed or that you've algorithmically requested to be able to categorize data. And so the machine will see whether it's able to separate different data into different categories, depending on the function that you want it to do. And as it does that, you observe and learn from its ability to do that, to categorize data, and again, you refine the algorithms. And this is useful in applications where you want the computer to take a big data dump and segregate data into categories at a high degree of accuracy. And the applications this has been used in are several. There are medical applications for this, for example, that look at, in diagnostic space, for example, looking at specific types of cells or specific types of tumor, or even measurements of how quickly a particular cell heats up after it's been chilled. There's a real example of skin cancer diagnosis, for example, that uses that. And in that area, by the way, I should mention too, there is a young man who has won a number of prizes and currently working as a consultant in the Prime Minister's office here in Dubai, a young man who's born and raised in Dubai. He's 16 years old, and at the age of 14 was casually reading medical research papers and found a paper that said that if you chill a malignant suspected skin cancer cell and you measure the speed at which the cells reheat to room temperature, you can actually tell whether a cell is malignant or benign by the speed at which that cell reheats. So this kid went off and built a device which included a significant a portion of that device was running using a machine learning algorithm that he had built, that actually was a device that was an affordable device to detect and diagnose skin cancer just by applying it to the skin, chilling the skin, measuring the speed at which the cells heat up. And he was invited to MIT. He was in Imperial College this summer. Again, another example of a young person from this country who is working in this space and doing very impressive things. So this is the type of application that that the unsupervised machine learning model can cover. So just at a very high level, and I'm not proposing to go into a detailed explanation of these, but we've talked about machine learning and the two models just now. The other divisions of AI that are worth mentioning, or very important to mention, are one, neural networks or artificial neural networks, which is the attempt by engineers to replicate the way in which the human brain works, which has a very, very multi-layered, very deep multi-layered approach to receiving, processing, and outputting data. And at a very basic level, the sort of three layers of a neural network in the human brain are that you perceive it, your brain does something with it, and that could be any number of things. It could just be seeing an image and putting it in your memory, or it could be seeing an image, putting it in your memory at the same time as, trying to assess whether it's a hostile situation or a friendly situation, or whether it's a sunny day or a rainy day. So many different things that the brain does to process the information that it perceives. And the human brain, by the way, does this way faster than any computer has ever been developed to do as yet, as far as I'm aware. And then once you've perceived that piece of data as a human and you've gone through all of the layers of processing it, and your brain is using multiple ways of processing information that operate across this network of neurons, or the neural network of the brain. And then ultimately one day you will want to draw on that data that you have acquired and use it, and that would be the output layer of a neural network. So the engineers now who are developing these machine learning tools and machine learning engines are actively building and attempting to replicate the neural networks of the human brain. and what that means is really the complexity of the way in which data is analyzed and cross-referenced. When should it be accessed? Which parts of the brain should it be referenced to, and so forth. And then the deep learning piece, which is obviously the kind of holy grail of AI, the computer that can actually learn at such a deep level that eventually it can eventually start to teach itself. And the question is, when will the computer be able to actually write algorithms that are, responsive to the data that it's learning itself? So the question in regard to AI is, what is it all about? And generally speaking, in the present day, the main applications of AI are around data points. I gather that there are 44 trillion gigabytes of data out there, and the idea is that institutions, organizations, individuals are using applications. Every single one of you will be using an application on your phone, in your home, at your place of work, that is actually using machine learning tools or tools that have been machine learned to give you automated feedback. And the estimate is that by next year, 70% of all enterprises will have some AI deployed within them. So examples of where our AI is used today in daily life, I'm sure you'll be aware of all of these. I only picked Hello Barbie because I have a young daughter, and I'm not sure I ever want to give her a doll that can speak to her or read her emotions, which I don't think Hello Barbie can do yet. But yeah, the thought of that kind of scares me, to be honest. But the more useful applications that we see, whether it's in a machine that you can talk to and that can respond to your requirements. I mean, these tools are developing every single day. Again, later today, I'll talk more specifically about some of the applications that are available within legal practice, within judicial practice, and that are relevant to all of us here. But generally, at a high level, these interface applications, chatbots, are becoming very prolific. The T there is Tesla, obviously the electric car manufacturer that is now building cars that are able to drive themselves. I recently test drove a Tesla here in Dubai, and the guy said, put it on auto mode. I don't know if anybody in the room has a Tesla, but the scariest thing I've ever done is just take my hands off, and the car actually navigated a whole journey, something that we're all going to be used to very soon. And Dubai is at the forefront with the smart city and the use of autonomous vehicles. I think this will be one of the cities that leads the way. So self-driving taxis, self-driving buses, who knows, self-flying airplanes are probably not too far in the distance. And then you have applications in commerce, whether you're talking about Netflix and Facebook. It may not occur to you that there's a lot of AI in Netflix and Facebook. I mean, technically, it's really sort of machine learning, observing your behavior, seeing what kind of content you like, seeing what time of the day you watch, seeing what kind of content you watch at which particular time of the day. Facebook does the same. Whose content do you look at? Which content do you like? Which content do you skip over? Whose videos do you click on? And all of that data is constantly being processed very, very quickly in order for the machines behind these applications to start adjusting what you see in response to how you behave. And so, in any kind of talk about a general what is artificial intelligence, it's very important to talk about these applications because many of them are right there in our daily lives and we're not necessarily conscious of it. So just staying with the same theme, there is some research recently that 45% of customers dealing with customer service agents, automated customer service, actually prefer dealing with the bot than the machine than dealing with a human being. And I can relate to that. And we're expecting there to be a very large proliferation and uptake of that kind of technology over the next year or two. In journalism, I was surprised to see this myself, but I recently met with a company that is actually generating quite a lot of content from data that it just scrapes from the web. So there are now a number of companies out there that are actually producing written articles for publications just by looking at what's out there, what's available, getting data, processing it, writing an article, and when you read it, you actually can't really tell that it's not written by a human being. In financial services, the ability of machines to take very large data sets and apply statistical probability calculations to whether or not a transaction is or is not likely to be a fraudulent transaction. All of us here probably received an SMS or a call from our bank one day because they declined a credit card transaction, not because we don't have the balance, but because the bank's computer has spotted some kind of an anomaly and said, I think this might be a fraudulent transaction. Very, very valuable applications. In healthcare, there are a number of different applications. Actually, one of the companies that my venture fund has invested in is a software tool that is using data sets from hospitals to reduce the speed at which a certain disease is being diagnosed from the current diagnostic pathway of 48 hours down to 5 minutes. And it doesn't require a doctor. It can be done by a nurse using a very simple handheld scanner plugged into a mobile phone. And you can only do that if you can get hundreds of thousands of data sets, feed them into the machine, and teach the machine how to recognize these diagnostic data points. In education, we've seen a lot of edtech startups, but there are now edtech startups that are looking not just at delivery of content, but also how the content is delivered, how quickly the person is actually learning based on their feedback and interaction with the application. Really valuable, because as time goes on, students will be able to learn at the speed that they're able to learn, and the ones who are super fast will advance as quickly as they need to, and the ones who need a little bit more time will be accommodated. And of course, everybody talks about AI in defense. It's not an area I like to talk about very much, but it brings me on to my final slide, which is the controversies of AI. And I'm sure many of you will be familiar with this. Elon Musk is, the big fearmonger as far as AI is concerned. He thinks that ultimately computers are going to become so intelligent that they will become the human enemy and will destroy us all. Many regard that as extremely alarmist. I think so, because I'm not sure that computers will ever be able to really replicate the functions of the human brain that make humans what humans are, and I'll talk about that in more detail this afternoon. So I've run out of time. I'm not sure if I have time for any Q&A, but I would be delighted to take any questions or to answer questions in the break if I don't have time. Thank you very much.
نشكر السيد عبد الله مطاوع على ورقة العمل القيمة. والآن يسرني أن أدعو المحامي جيكوب تيرنر من محاكم فاونتن بالمملكة المتحدة للتفضل إلى المنصة لإلقاء كلمة تحت عنوان التعريفات القانونية للذكاء الاصطناعي. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the Dubai Judicial Institute for the invitation. I'd like to thank all of the hosts and the sponsors for putting this excellent event together, and I'd like to thank all of you for being here and sharing in this. As was just mentioned, my name is Jacob Turner. I am a lawyer based in London, and I am also the author of a book called Robot Rules: Regulating Artificial Intelligence, which was published in November last year. The book looks at why AI is unique legally and ethically, what problems it could cause, and how we can solve them. It aims to present a roadmap for regulators and for businesses in dealing with the new challenges which are raised by artificial intelligence. My presentation today, or my first presentation today, is going to cover 4 topics, moving on from Mr. Moutawi's excellent presentation just now on an introduction to artificial intelligence. I'm going to be looking at how artificial intelligence is addressed under legal systems, and in particular, how artificial intelligence is defined. The first part of my presentation will look at different approaches to defining an AI, and I think there are 2 main ones. I will then look at AI definitions adopted to date by several major jurisdictions. Next, I will look at why AI is unique as a legal and ethical phenomenon. And finally, I will explain why AI is different from other entities which people sometimes say can be compared to artificial intelligence. So what is AI? When you mention the words artificial intelligence or robots to most people, the types of images they will have in their heads are those up on the screen. They are images from science fiction. They are types of AI which closely resemble human intelligence. We can see R2-D2 and C-3PO from Star Wars, the Terminator from the popular film. And in terms of robots, people may well think of the kinds of robots, the kinds of machinery that we see in factories. So in the bottom corner of the screen, we have machinery from a car factory. Now, I'm sorry to disappoint people in here, but I will not be talking about any of the types of artificial intelligence which are up on the screen. We do, however, have artificial intelligence in the world today all around us, as Mr. Matawi showed in excellent detail. Before I come on to talking about definitions of AI, I think it's important to ask first, why define AI at all? What is the point of having a definition? The US Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart once said, when talking about obscene publications, "I can't define it, but I know it when I see it." Is that good enough when it comes to artificial intelligence? Can we say we don't need to define AI because it is obvious when AI is around us? I don't think so. Professor Edwin Borin, who was a professor of psychology, when trying to describe intelligence, said, "Intelligence is what is measured by intelligence tests." Now that sounds like he was making a joke. It sounds like he's just repeating himself. Intelligence is intelligence. But actually, I think there was some real insight in Professor Boring's approach. The difficult part of defining artificial intelligence is not artificial. Artificial as a concept is easy to understand. It means man-made. It means not occurring in nature. The difficult part is intelligence. So what is intelligence? Professor Boring was correct in saying that intelligence is what is measured by intelligence tests, because the definition of intelligence depends on why you are asking. We need to understand the purpose of the question in order to be able to get to a meaningful answer. What I mean to say by this is that there is no single definition of intelligence. It depends what our purpose is. And I'll come on to talking about what our purpose is for the relevance of this conference in a few slides' time. Now, the problems with just saying, as the US Supreme Court Justice did, that we know it when we see it, are as follows. Firstly, if we don't have a shared definition of AI, then that makes discussing it impossible. One person might come along and say, AI is this, AI is that, and another person might say, no, 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 you are completely wrong. AI is something else. And in fact, they won't be talking about the same definition of artificial intelligence at all. So until we have a shared concept of what we're talking about, we cannot have a meaningful exchange on the topic. The next key problem for lawyers, for policymakers of not defining AI is that it leads to great uncertainty. If the entities being regulated don't understand what the regulations apply to, then how can they possibly adhere to them? How can standards be upheld by the government and the judiciary if there is uncertainty as to how or when they apply? It would be no good if a business could simply say, what we are doing is not AI, therefore it doesn't need to be regulated. So we have to have a shared definition. And I'm going to look at now a good type of shared definition. But first I'm going to look at some types which are perhaps less useful. So the first type of definition I'm going to look at is a human-centric definition of artificial intelligence. And this is the type which has been adopted by the UK government. The UK government has said AI constitutes technologies with the ability to perform tasks that would otherwise require human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, and language translation. So what they're saying is that to have artificial intelligence, you need to replicate us. You need to replicate humans. And if it's not replicating humans, it's not artificial intelligence. Now, as Mr. Mutawi was saying, this is really how people started off by thinking about artificial intelligence, by relating it back to human intelligence. A very famous old test for artificial intelligence, which was really very much in common usage until the last 3 or 4 years, with great leaps forward in artificial intelligence, is known as the Turing test. It's named the Turing test after Alan Turing, who, as many of you will, I'm sure, know, was a famous British scientist, British computer scientist and mathematician, who developed not just the first computers, but also the first artificial intelligence systems as early as the 1940s and the 1950s. And in a very influential paper from 1950, he proposed a test to determine when a system constitutes artificial intelligence. His test is on the far side of the screen. There is a human invigilator below the line. The human invigilator asks a series of questions to, on another side of a screen, so the human invigilator cannot see them, a human and a computer. The human is a man who is pretending to be a woman for the purpose of the questions, and the computer is also pretending to be a woman for the purpose of the questions. Alan Turing said that if the computer can fool the invigilator into thinking that the computer is not just a human, but is also the human woman, and that the real human is not a human and is not the real human woman, then the computer has passed the Turing test. Then, in Turing's view, the computer is intelligent. There is a more modern version of the Turing test, and in fact there is a competition which is run every year called the Nobel Prize, where language reasoning systems, natural language processing systems, things like Siri, which are able to listen to your commands, to listen to your questions, or to read typed questions and then respond. Those are, in the modern version of the Turing test, pitted against a human invigilator. And there is also another human who is speaking to the human invigilator. And the human invigilator, like in the original test, cannot see who they are talking to. There is no question in the modern test of pretending to be somebody of the opposite sex. So that was seen as being too complicated. That was removed from the modern test. And the modern test just asks, if you have a 5-minute conversation with somebody who you cannot see, the question is that person or is that thing that you are speaking to a human or a computer? And if the computer can make the invigilator think that the computer is a human, then it has passed the test. Now, in 2014, a computer did just pass this test. But does that mean that we have true artificial intelligence? I don't think so. The computer that passed the test was very limited. For a start, it was pretending to be a child, so the answers were not so sophisticated. It was pretending to be somebody from a different country, from the Ukraine, in fact, so English was not their first language. So you can see that the programmers were really trying to set things up to make it as easy as possible for the computer to succeed, because the human invigilators would understand that somebody who is a child and somebody who does not speak English as their first language maybe will make some mistakes. So lots of people have criticized the idea that this test has been passed and said actually it hasn't really been passed. There are a number of problems with using a human-centric definition of artificial intelligence. Firstly, the tests reward mimicking humans and sometimes mimicking human mistakes. Now, mimicking human mistakes is not a hallmark of intelligence. A mistake is something which is unintelligent, so that's one bad thing about it. Secondly, modern psychology suggests that many of the things that we do, many of our instant reactions, which are very helpful, are not consciously thought of by us as intelligent, and so it's difficult then to try to replicate those in a machine. Also, if we just say that intelligence is replicating what humans do, we will have an over-inclusive definition of the technology. For example, humans can undertake calculations. We can add things up, we can subtract, we can divide, and so on. But a calculator that we've had since the 1950s or 60s, that can also do all of those human tasks. And in fact, a calculator can do it better than humans can. But we don't think of a calculator really as being artificial intelligence, because a calculator uses fairly simplistic levels of reasoning, nothing like the kind of things that Mr. Mutawi was speaking about earlier. So human-centric definitions are not so good for that reason also. And then finally, I'd like to make the point on this that we need to be humble here. We need to take the view that humans are not necessarily the pinnacle of intelligence. There may well be beings which are more intelligent than humans are, or intelligent in different ways. And so if we simply seek to replicate humans, we are limiting what artificial intelligence can do. And this is shown on the slide up on the screen. So human-centric AI on the far side, which, as I've said, I don't think is a good way of looking at it, has human intelligence as being the all-inclusive field of intelligence, and then only within that there is AI. AI might be able to replicate some things that humans do, but certainly not all of them. That's the human-centric model. I think a better model is the one closer to me on the screen. That's where you have intelligence as a general concept which can encompass many different things. There is the green, natural intelligence, for example, the intelligence that animals have. And animals have some types of instincts, which you might call intelligence, that go well beyond what humans can do. For example, many birds know when there is about to be an earthquake. They fly away. Now, that's not something that humans can do. We don't have that ability. So perhaps that's a type of intelligence which we do not possess as humans. So within natural intelligence, human intelligence is just one type. And then you have artificial intelligence, which sits partly overlapping with human intelligence, but actually, and as I'll show with some examples in a few minutes' time, actually artificial intelligence can go beyond what humans do. So for that reason, using human intelligence as the definition for AI is, in my view, not a good way of dealing with it. The next big group of definitions, so I'm moving on now from human-centric definitions, and these are definitions which have been adopted more recently in the last 5-10 years, since the time of what's known as the AI spring. So in round about 2010, 2011, there was a major leap forward in AI technology, as Mr. Moutawi was alluding to. And as a result of that leap forward, our understanding of AI has improved a great deal, and people have started to realize that things like the Turing test are no longer fit for purpose. So they've adopted new definitions, rationalist definitions. There's one by a prominent computer scientist, Niels Nielsen. He says, "Intelligence is that quality that enables an entity to function appropriately and with foresight in its environment." So you can see that there's no link here to humans at all. It's just saying that AI is something which knows what to do and when to do it. There is an even simpler way of putting this, which is used by Stuart Russell, one of the world's leading computer scientists. He said, "Intelligence is doing the right thing at the right time." Intelligence is doing the right thing at the right time. Now, these things sound sensible. These definitions sound useful. They don't have the problems that human-centric definitions have. However, there are also some problems with rationalist definitions of artificial intelligence. They're not perfect. Firstly, I said AI is doing the right thing at the right time. But what is the right thing? How do we know? Many tasks, many goals have more than one way of achieving them, and often we improve our ways of achieving our goals over time. So how can we know what the right thing is? And in fact, humans don't always do the right thing, yet we consider ourselves intelligent. So we can't have a definition of intelligence that means humans don't meet it, or at least it's difficult to do that. The next issue with rationalist definitions are that even though they don't link directly to human capabilities, nonetheless, there is an implicit link to the way that humans think about things, because we are assuming that AI knows what it wants to do. You cannot do the right thing if you don't know what it is you are doing in the first place. So we are assuming some kind of a personality, some kind of volition for artificial intelligence, some kind of a will that it may not actually have. This is important when we come to think about the types of technologies which AI covers, and Mr. Moutawi alluded to some of these earlier. Some types of artificial intelligence are what's known as supervised. That is to say that a human will tell the AI what to do and whether it's doing the right thing. You are giving the AI feedback, much like you would give a dog feedback, or a horse or a hawk feedback when you are training it. You reward the AI system if it does the right thing, and you say you get no reward if the AI system does the wrong thing. Those are supervised systems. However, there is an important branch of AI called unsupervised learning, where you simply give the AI a set of data and you ask it to recognize clusters. You ask it to recognize commonalities in that data. It's difficult to apply rationalist goals to unsupervised learning because it's very hard to say what is the right thing when you're just spotting patterns within a set of data. And finally, successful behavior is not the same as intelligence. If AI is doing the right thing at the right time, and you have a watch on your hand, and you look at the watch, and it says 10:30 a.m., and it is, in fact, 10:30 a.m., then your watch is doing the right thing at the right time. But your watch is not intelligent, so perhaps this is also over-inclusive. I'm now going to look at definitions of artificial intelligence adopted to date by certain countries, which are, amongst Dubai, leading in the AI regulatory processes. So, in the US, they recently published a paper on US leadership in artificial intelligence. This is from August this year. The US said that for the purposes of their regulatory plan, AI technologies and systems are considered to comprise software and/or hardware that can learn to solve complex problems, make predictions, or undertake tasks that require human-like sensing, such as vision, speech, and touch, perception, cognition, planning, learning, communication, or physical action. So the US have listed many, many different capabilities of artificial intelligence here, and they've more, I think, gone towards a human-centric definition, in as much as they've spoken about requiring human-like characteristics. That's the underlined part. Although some parts of their definition are quite good in that they also encompass rationalist parts, where they talk about solving complex problems. So the idea of solving problems is perhaps doing the right thing at the right time with a given problem. That's how you come to a solution. So the US is sitting between the two types of definitions I've spoken about. The UK definition I've already mentioned is a very human-centric definition. Singapore, like Dubai, a major hub for regional economic forces and also regional regulatory forces, they, again, like Dubai, have been putting major investment into regulating AI and growing their homegrown AI ecosystem. They talk about AI as being a set of technologies that seek to simulate human traits, such as knowledge, reasoning, problem-solving, perception, learning, and planning. And then they go on to talk about the way in which AI can do this by using models of the world in order to arrive at outcomes. So again, we can see that Singapore, at least at the moment, are using quite a human-centric definition of artificial intelligence. I'm going to talk about a new definition for AI. So I've shown you some of the weaknesses, some of the problems with definitions that have been adopted by other jurisdictions, and now I'm going to propose a definition which I think perhaps is a little better in these terms. So I mentioned earlier, there's no single definition of artificial intelligence. It depends what your purpose is. Question: what is our purpose? Our purpose here as regulators, judges, legislators is to set rules, to regulate decision-making. So the second question is then, what is our definition? In my view, AI is the ability of a non-natural entity, that's to say a man-made entity, that's the artificial part, to make choices by an evaluative process. Now, a simpler way of talking about an evaluative process, because I can see that that is a difficult concept to understand or to explain, is to say that AI is a system which is capable of autonomous decision-making. Autonomous decision-making. That is the essence of what is novel and what is legally and ethically challenging about artificial intelligence. It is its ability to take decisions without being explicitly programmed how to take those decisions by humans. There are two key distinctions which illustrate this new definition of AI. First, and this is the most important one, between automation on the one hand and autonomy on the other. Automation on the far side of the screen. This is what all of traditional computer programs have done to date. There is a series of logical questions in traditional computer programs. They say, if X, then Y. If Y, then Z. It is a tree of knowledge, but each of the answers to each of the questions are programmed in by a human in advance. There is no discretion on the part of the artificial intelligence in an automated system. It is simply following instructions. Sometimes when people talk about AI, they are speaking about these automated systems. But for me, that is not AI. Because if you know what the answer is in advance, if you know how the system is going to get to that answer, then there is no intelligence in that system. All of the intelligence is the intelligence of the human who designed that system. Let's contrast that with autonomy. Autonomy, for me, is artificial intelligence. There are a number of different technologies which can make up artificial intelligence, as we heard from Mr. Moutawi earlier. One of the main ones at the moment is called machine learning. It involves neural nets. This is a simplified version of the way that we think the human brain functions. You can see from the diagram on the screen that the dots are connected by many different lines. Each of the lines represents an option for the system to take. There is no set route that the system has to take when it's reasoning. It's able to build up its own links between concepts. That's the way that we think as humans. So the idea of an autonomous system is that we don't know exactly how it's going to go from point A on the far side to point B, the answer. And that's the way that humans work as well. Which is not to say that humans are the only definition of intelligence, but this replicates a bit more the way that independent thinking works. The second distinction, which is important for defining AI, is between narrow and general artificial intelligence. I said on the very first slide, I wasn't going to be talking about the type of AI we see in science fiction. And here is why. I'm not saying that this type of AI, the humanoid one that is conscious, that has feelings, that in many ways looks and sounds like a human, that is AI. But the thing is, we don't have it yet, and it is misleading to assume that we will only have AI when we have this type of human-level reasoning. When you hear people say, we don't really have AI, and perhaps we will never have true AI. What they're talking about is general artificial intelligence. However, what we do have, and what does constitute autonomous behavior in an artificial system at the moment, is narrow AI. Narrow AI is a type of technology which can do one thing, or perhaps a small number of things, but it can do them very well. It can do them in a very sophisticated manner. So the example up on the screen is image recognition AI. But there are many other types. There is a type of AI to recognize language. There are types of AI to make financial predictions. We've heard about the many different applications of different types of narrow AI previously. And the key thing to remember is that narrow AI is just as much artificial intelligence as general AI. It's just not as sophisticated yet. So with that definition given, we can now start to divide between some of the different terminology that we often hear about when people talk about AI, and we can fit it in to our definition. So artificial intelligence is shown by the largest circle. That's the all-inclusive group. Within that, there is machine learning. Machine learning, as I mentioned, has really grown since 2010, owing to a few things. The idea of machine learning, the concept of a machine which can teach itself to do tasks, has been around since really the beginning of AI, the 1960s, 1970s. The problem was, we didn't have the data, we didn't have the algorithms, and we didn't have the processing power to be able to achieve that. And in around 2010, we had big data, sourced mainly from the internet. There's much more data recorded in the world now than there ever has been, and it's increasing on a near exponential basis. We also started to use a new type of processor, a new type of hardware to undertake these many, many calculations very quickly. And scientists developed new algorithms. So machine learning really took off. And machine learning is not the only type of AI. It's very important to make this clear, that machine learning is just one technology which constitutes AI. But machine learning is the most popular technology right now. So some people will say at the moment, AI is just machine learning. That's not quite true. AI can be many other things, but machine learning is just the best that we have at the moment. Within machine learning, there is another subset. This is called deep learning. That's a particular technology which is a way of using machine learning on multiple different levels to arrive at very sophisticated conclusions. Let's have a look at the way a deep learning neural net works to try and put some of these quite complex things into reality. So you start off with an image. We've got an image of a turtle, and that is input. So imagine there's a camera looking at that image and feeding it into a computer. Within a deep net, and the reason why it's called a deep net is if you imagine when you're fishing with a boat and you have a trawler, if you have a deep net, it's very long, it's very wide, it has many different levels. That's the idea of a deep net. In each level of abstraction, the computer is able to understand a more complex part of the concept. So you start off by just looking at the pixels, by just looking at what is light, what is dark. Then you start to identify the edges, the contours of the shape. From there, you look at the combinations of edges. So here is one fin, here is another fin, the head is here. So the computer is starting to put these things together, to add them up. Next, you identify features. You say, well, this pointy thing, this is a fin. This round thing, this is a head. This oval thing, this is a shell. So you identify the features. And finally, you identify the combinations of features, and your output is, the computer says, I recognize this. This is a turtle. So that's how a deep learning neural net works. It's a combination of many different layers of functioning. And as I've said, that's a bit like how we think our brain works. So here is a simple glossary of concepts which people often talk about when they use the word AI. So often when you read in the press, or even in some press releases by governments and by organizations, they use lots of these words, and I've grouped them into things which are definitely AI. So we have machine learning, I've mentioned, neural networks, deep learning, and there are other categories, other forms of machine learning. Reinforcement learning is another one. I won't go into the details. These are examples of AI. Another way of creating AI, which is not currently very advanced at the moment, is the idea of whole brain emulation. The idea that you can build a completely artificial brain, a brain in a vat, as it were, perhaps using biological techniques, perhaps by cloning a human or an animal brain. Now, we're not very good at this yet, because the brains are largely unknown to us, but that's another type of potential technology for artificial intelligence. Some things are sometimes called AI, but may or may not be. So people will sometimes say, oh, well, AI is just statistics. AI is just computer models, computer programs. Now, that is partly true, at least for machine learning, but it's true in the same way as saying that the human mind is just electrical signals. It is true, literally, that as far as we know, the human mind is made up of electrical signals between different parts of the brain, but it doesn't really capture what it is to have a mind. And in the same way, if you just talk about statistical models, that doesn't capture what AI is actually doing. And there will be some statistical models which are AI, and others which are not. And finally, things that are not AI. So logic-based systems, expert systems, these are all examples of what I referred to earlier as automated technology rather than autonomous technology. The key thing for AI, to reiterate, is that it has the ability to make its own decisions. And things which are not AI don't have the ability to make their own decisions. A human is making all the decisions. I'm now going to talk about why artificial intelligence is unique from a legal perspective. Mr. Moutawi earlier mentioned the AlphaGo game, or the AlphaGo program, beating a human champion, Lee Sedol, at the ancient Asian board game of Go, which is many, many times more complicated than chess. Lots of people said that an AI system would never beat a human at Go, still less a human champion. They said it's just too complicated. But in 2016, a British company, which is now owned by Google, or rather owned by Alphabet, Google's parent company, called DeepMind, released a system called AlphaGo, which then played against one of the human world champions, a South Korean called Lee Sedol. And it's already been mentioned that it beat him in a best-of-5 series. It beat him by 4 games to 1. But what was interesting was not the fact that the AI beat the human champion, because, as we've heard already, AI has been beating human champions at board games for many years. What was interesting was the way in which AlphaGo defeated Lee Sedol. And there was one moment in the best-of-5 series of games which really illustrated AI's novelty, which illustrated AI's autonomy. That was Game 2, Move 37, and it's up here on the screen. In this move, AlphaGo did something which shocked everybody watching. they couldn't understand why AlphaGo had taken this move. The programmers who had designed the program were baffled. The Go experts watching the game thought it was a mistake. Lee Sedol, the world champion who was playing, knew different. You can see his chair is empty. He stood up and left the room when this move was taken. And the reason is, this move was not a mistake. It turned out several hours later that that was the winning move. AlphaGo had thought of a new way of playing the game of Go, which no human in the history of the game being played had ever discovered. AlphaGo had done something which no human was capable of doing in thinking of a new way of playing the game. So this is an example of the novelty of AI, of the uniqueness of AI, of the fact that AI is different from all other technologies which we've seen before. Now, the next year, DeepMind, the company, went one step further. They released a new version of AlphaGo called AlphaGo Zero. Here is the difference. AlphaGo learned how to play the game by watching many, many human games. It looked at how human champions played. It recorded, it learned from humans. AlphaGo Zero didn't learn from humans. AlphaGo Zero taught itself from nothing. AlphaGo Zero was told the rules of the game, and it simply played against itself over a series of 3, 4, 5 days, and after 5 days, it was better than any human. After 7 days, it was better than AlphaGo, the system which had previously beaten the human champion. So we can see now, we can see in this example, the power of AI, not just to do incredibly impressive things, but to do these impressive things without much human input. So this, again, is an example of the autonomy of AI, of true AI. The ability of AI to do things which we haven't told it to do. So this brings me on to the unique features of artificial intelligence and how it interacts with existing legal systems. Existing legal systems all look at human decision-making. They tell humans what we can and can't do. They tell us what the consequences will be if we do or don't do these things. They rely on what's known as human agency. That's to say, the ability to undertake actions in a given system and to understand the consequences of those actions. There's no point in having a legal system if humans don't have free will, if humans don't have the ability to understand the legal system and to say, I'm going to do this, and if I do this, I will achieve this goal, or I won't do this because if I do it, I will be sent to prison. So they rely on human agency, they rely on human decision-making. AI is novel because for the first time, we have something which is not human, but which is able to engage in complex, independent decision-making. And I'll give an example of the increasing independence of AI from humans. So many people, particularly computer scientists, might say that right now, AI is very reliant on humans telling it what to do, on human programmers. You can't just give an AI system a problem and leave it to itself, particularly if it's a difficult problem. There needs to be humans having input at every stage. Now, that has been true up until fairly recently, but technology is improving all the time. So, to give an example, we can contrast machine learning with deep learning, machine learning being on the top. With machine learning, simplified types of machine learning, you need to have a human which identifies certain features of a particular input that you want the computer to recognize. So if you want the computer to recognize a car, you have to extract the key features of the car. You have to say it has wheels, it has a chassis, it has a windscreen, it has doors. That makes a car. With deep learning, you can take the human to an extent out of the picture. Because deep learning, as I showed earlier with the picture of the turtle, deep learning will look at 10 different pictures which feature cars, and from that, it will be able to identify cars. You don't need the human to be in the loop. So this is an example of how computers are getting increasingly good at not having human input. They are becoming increasingly independent from us. Finally, I'm going to look at distinguishing artificial intelligence from other entities. Because many people will say that AI is not so different from certain things which we already have in the world at the moment. And we have lots of laws in the world at the moment. We have laws for different types of entities. So why can't we just apply the laws for those existing entities to artificial intelligence? Why can't we just do that? My suggestion is that AI actually is different from these various other entities. And I'm going to go now into a little bit of detail as to why that's the case. So firstly, animals. Why can't we just apply the law of animals to artificial intelligence? As to similarities, animals can sense their environment and react. A horse will run out of the way or will jump over an obstacle if it sees it, so you don't need to tell it to do that. And animals have a degree of autonomy. A dog might play with something, might jump on something without you telling it to do, so it's taking independent decisions. However, animals have limitations. There is a certain level of sophistication which animals will never meet. A lion, if it escapes from the zoo, might bite somebody, but it will not commit complex securities fraud. However, an artificial intelligence system might well undertake a complex fraud. So there is no limit to the advancement of AI, whereas we have a limit to the advancement of animals. Also, animals, perhaps they can understand some reward, some punishment, but an animal does not understand a series of laws. They can't really operate within a rule-based system. And AI does have that ability to operate within a complex rule-based system. So that level of sophistication takes it above animals. It makes it difficult, in my view, to apply the law of animals to the law of artificial intelligence, because really AI resembles much more the way that humans function than animals do. What about children? Some people say we should treat AI in the same way that we treat a child. Children have limited legal capacity. Often, for example, a young child cannot commit a crime. A young child cannot necessarily always enter into a contract, so there are limitations on what they can do. Usually, a responsible adult will be held liable for what a child has done. So why don't we say you must have a responsible adult for artificial intelligence? Now, this is one way of doing it, and in fact, many jurisdictions are saying that for every AI system, there must be a responsible person. In Germany, the law on autonomous vehicles says there must be a responsible human being supervising the autonomous car. There must be someone responsible. So we can, to an extent, treat AI like the way we treat children. And in the short term, that's quite a good way of doing it. However, children reach a certain age above which we say they have independence. Maybe it's 10, maybe it's 12. We call it the age of reason. We call it the age of responsibility. So, for example, if you have a murderer, you don't hold the parents responsible if the murderer is 20. You hold the 20-year-old person responsible because they have their own independent responsibility. And what I would question in the future is whether we will have an AI which has a sufficient level of independence and advancement that maybe we should give it its own responsibility. And I will come back to this in my second presentation later this afternoon. Finally, people say, well, we have other types of phenomena which can act unpredictably, perhaps a poisonous gas or a chemical. If a chemical escapes from a factory, we don't know where the chemical will go. It might blow one way in the wind, it might blow another way. Why don't we treat AI like that? My answer is that chemicals, even more so than animals, cannot respond to rule-based systems. You cannot say to a gas, you must not go here. Doesn't work. Whereas if you say that to an AI system, the AI system will be able to respond, will be able to follow a set of parameters and guidelines. So, to conclude, all previous systems of laws and all previous systems of ethics look at human decision-making. They tell us what we can and can't do. But that is challenged by artificial intelligence, because AI has autonomy. This leads, in my view, to novel problems in three main areas for lawyers and legislators. These are responsibility, so who is liable if AI causes harm or creates something beneficial? Rights, should AI ever be given legal rights? And finally, ethics, how should AI take decisions? And are there any decisions that AI should not take? I look forward to exploring these with you and with the other learned speakers over the next few sessions. Thank you very much, and if there is time for questions, then I'm happy to take some, or to move on if not. Thank you. Okay, well, if not, I look forward to speaking with you later. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا للسيد جيكوب تينر على تقديم هذه التعريفات القانونية حول الذكاء الاصطناعي. والآن حان الوقت للاستماع إلى كلمة بعنوان المسؤولية القانونية وإسناد المسؤولية فيما يتعلق باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. يلقيها علينا السيد منيش تانا من سيمنز أند سيمنز المملكة المتحدة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning. Thank you for attending this conference on AI, and thank you to the hosts and the sponsors for inviting me to speak today. To introduce myself, my name is Manesh Tanna. I am the AI lead at the law firm Simmons & Simmons. The first topic I'm going to be presenting on today is legal liability and attributing responsibility for the use of AI. Now, for me, as a lawyer, this is one of the most interesting questions and issues that AI gives rise to. Who do we blame when AI goes wrong and causes harm or injury to another person? This is a difficult question because of the uniqueness of AI, and I'm going to develop some of the themes discussed by Mr. Mutawi and Mr. Turner about why AI is different and why this gives rise to issues in terms of legal responsibility and legal liability. We are then going to look at whether a solution can be found to this problem in our existing legal frameworks. I want to start by discussing the nature of legal liability and responsibility. The terms responsibility and liability are used interchangeably, but I think it is important to remember a key distinction. And the distinction is between attributing responsibility, asking who is to blame when something goes wrong, and separately, asking whether they should be legally liable for the harm or damage that is caused. Should they be asked to pay compensation, for example, when something goes wrong? Let me give you an example. If a person is driving a car, and they are driving that car badly, and they cause an accident to happen, crashing into another car, then we will say, legally, they are responsible for causing the accident. And if there is any damage to the driver of the other car, or any injury caused to that driver, we may say that the driver of the first car is responsible for that damage. But what if the driver of the other car was not wearing a seatbelt, and the injury that they suffered was caused because they were not wearing a seatbelt? Is it fair in those circumstances to say that the original driver should be liable for the damage caused or the injury caused to the other driver? We may say it is not fair. If the other driver was wearing a seatbelt, he or she would not have suffered the injury. And so, even though the driver of the first car is legally responsible for causing the accident, maybe, we say, he or she should not be legally liable for the injury that has been caused. So let's ask the first question. Who is legally responsible when AI goes wrong, causing harm? Now, one possibility is that the AI itself is somehow legally responsible. Now, Mr. Turner will come on to talk about this afternoon whether we can give AI its own legal personality, whether we can say to AI when something goes wrong, you, the AI system, are responsible. Now, there are many difficulties with that proposition. There are conceptual difficulties, there are practical difficulties, and how do our existing legal frameworks, criminal law, civil law, take the concept of AI having personality into account? So I think at this stage, it is better to think of human beings and companies, natural and legal entities, being responsible when AI goes wrong. However, the unique features of AI, its autonomy, as we will come on to discuss, make this question very difficult to answer. Once you have identified who is legally responsible when something goes wrong, you then need to ask, well, what is the legal basis on which we can hold that person or company liable? And what is the nature of that liability? Is there a legal mechanism by which we can say, you are liable for the actions of the AI, and you need to pay compensation for the harm that the AI has caused? Now, we do have existing legal frameworks. In the UAE, there is a civil code. We have a tort-based liability regime. We have a contract-based liability regime. We may, in some jurisdictions, have strict liability. So once you have identified who is legally responsible, the next question is, can you find some legal liability on which you say you need to pay compensation for the harm caused by the AI? But even then, there is a difficulty. And the difficulty is caused by the unique nature of artificial intelligence. So let's look at why AI is unique and I will be developing some of the comments made by Mr. Mutawi and Mr. Turner in relation to this point. As we've discussed, artificial intelligence can be weak or narrow, or it could be strong or general. There is even a school of thought which says that it can be super intelligent. And that is the AI that we see in Hollywood movies. It is the AI that people are sometimes worried about. But at the moment, all AI is weak or narrow. And that means that it is capable of performing a single task, but doing that very well. Let me give you an example. A driverless car is good at undertaking its purpose, which is to drive without a passenger or a driver. But if the car breaks down, the driverless car will not be able to fix itself. It will stop, and it will rely on humans to fix the car. That is because it is still narrow or weak AI. It can do its one job very well. Now, maybe in the future, when we have general AI, the driverless car, when it breaks down, will be able to fix itself. But at the moment, we are not quite there. Now, that is not to say that weak or narrow AI is not powerful. It is incredibly powerful. And the distinguishing feature of AI, which we can see in weak or narrow AI, is that it acts autonomously. And that is a word that Mr. Turner referred to in defining artificial intelligence. And for me, the key characteristic of artificial intelligence is that it acts autonomously. Let's look at what this means. And I want to compare an autonomous system with an automated system. And so I want to use an example which Mr. Mutawi referred to in his presentation of a fraudulent transaction system, which many of you will operate with banks who alert you when there may be a suspicious or fraudulent transaction. Now, it's quite likely that that system operates according to pre-programmed rules. For example, if you spend more than $10,000 in the middle of the night, the system may be pre-programmed to tell you that that is a fraudulent transaction. That is an example of an automated system. A human being has pre-programmed rules to tell the computer how to decide if there is a fraudulent transaction or a non-fraudulent transaction. The computer does not act autonomously. It is told how to reach a decision. That is not what AI is, even though, as Mr. Turner said, some people refer to a system like that as artificial intelligence. In my respectful view, that is wrong. This is more like what artificial intelligence is. And here I use the example of a machine learning system, which is the most common type of artificial intelligence we see. The unique feature of a machine learning system is that as humans, we give data to the AI system. In our example, that data is the many transactions that a bank's customer is undertaking on a daily basis. We also give the system an algorithm. Now, the algorithm is not a set of pre-programmed rules as exists in an automated system. Instead, we tell the system, you are very powerful. I want you to categorize all the transactions you see. You will categorize them into fraudulent transactions and non-fraudulent transactions. But me, as the human person, I am not going to tell you what is fraudulent and what is not fraudulent. I am not going to give you a set of rules to follow. You will decide yourself. And the AI system acts autonomously in making its own decisions. It reviews the data, it finds its own patterns in the data, and the output is the decision by the system as to whether or not a transaction is fraudulent or not fraudulent. Now, we've discussed supervised machine learning. This is where a human can help the system. And it can help the system by giving it examples. So in our case, a human can say, I won't give you pre-programmed rules to decide what is fraudulent and not fraudulent, but I will give you some examples so that you, the system, can learn from the examples I give you and go off and make decisions yourselves. So in this example, we will give the machine some examples of fraudulent transactions and not fraudulent transactions, and the model, the AI system, will go away using those examples and hopefully reach accurate results. By contrast, an unsupervised machine learning system is where the humans will not provide any input or examples. Instead, we will say to the system, you are powerful enough, here is all the data, you should decide what are the patterns yourself, and you should make a decision yourself as to what is fraudulent and what is not fraudulent. And this is where the issue comes in, and why it is so difficult to identify someone or a company as being legally responsible or liable when AI goes wrong. Now, why is it important to attribute responsibility and liability when something goes wrong? Well, as a society, we always seek to blame someone, either a human or a company, when things go wrong. Why? Well, there is a sense of justice in correcting a wrong. If the state cannot correct it, we look to individuals and companies to say, you committed a wrong, now you must correct it. We feel as a society that there is a sense of fairness in blaming someone and holding them accountable for their actions. And if they have caused harm, financial loss, or physical injury, we say that you should compensate the victim in order to make good your wrong. And we are comfortable with holding human beings to account because humans operate with free will. They are able to take decisions themselves, and so we say, you are able to take that decision, now you must live with the consequences of that decision. But in order to give responsibility and liability to a human or a company, we need the law to act as a framework in allowing us to say, you are responsible and you are liable because there is a legal basis for doing so. Now, maybe the law says a person or a company who has expertise or control in relation to a specific transaction or object, they are the person who is responsible and liable. Or it could be that a person who undertakes an action could foresee that that action may cause harm or damage. And this is a very important term when we talk about responsibility and liability. Foreseeability. If I undertake an action and I understand that it might cause harm or damage to someone, then it makes sense that perhaps I should be liable or responsible when something goes wrong, because I could foresee that my actions could cause some damage. Now, in English law, foreseeability is a very important characteristic of tort law in England. And we have a very important case from the House of Lords in England which says that in order to hold someone responsible where there is no contract in place, so where we apply tort law, we must decide if a person had a duty to another person. When you go on in your car on the streets, you have a duty to other drivers on the road. But the duty only exists if you can foresee that your actions may cause some harm. If I am driving in an empty car park at night with nobody else around, I can't foresee that I could cause an injury to someone else, But if I'm driving in the daytime on a busy road, surely I must be able to foresee that there could be some harm or damage caused to someone if I drive in a bad way and do something wrong. So let's look at an example. Person A builds a wall. It is their job to build walls. They're a contractor. And they build a wall on person X's property. And they know that person X uses the garden where the wall is going to be built. But person A does a bad job in building the wall. And a few days later, the wall collapses onto person X, causing harm or injury. Now, I think all of us would agree. We have no issue in saying to person A, you are legally responsible for the damage that was caused. You could see that by building that wall in an area where person X uses the area around the wall, if the wall collapsed, you could foresee some harm or injury being caused. Let's look at a more complicated example. 3 parties are constructing a power plant. Person A designs the power plant, person B constructs the power plant, and person C is a safety engineer who inspects the power plant every day. One day, the power plant explodes and causes injury again to person X. Who is responsible? Well, it could be that the design of the power plant was bad, in which case person A may be responsible. Or maybe the design was okay, but person B did not construct the power plant according to the design. Or it could be that the design and build of the power plant was fine, but the safety inspector one day missed something. Each of them could have done something wrong. But the point is, in that situation, we as a society feel comfortable in blaming and holding legally responsible person A, B, or C. And we have a legal framework on which to hold those people responsible. Now, we come to the difficult situation of artificial intelligence. Let's say, using our example of a system that identifies fraudulent and non-fraudulent credit card transactions. Now, person A has developed the system. Person B has trained the system. This is a supervised machine learning model. Now, one day, the AI system makes a mistake. And person X, who is, let's say, trying to buy a house or put a deposit down on a house, it tries to do that, but the AI system says, no, that is a fraudulent transaction. I am not letting you make that transaction. In reality, there was nothing fraudulent about the transaction. The AI system has made a mistake. Person X has suffered financial loss because the house is sold to someone else. So we look back to person A and person B, and we say, we need to find someone responsible for the mistake of the AI system. But person A will say, I developed the system. I did not train the system, and in any case, the system acts autonomously. It makes its own decisions. I could not foresee how it was going to make a decision in this particular case. Person B will say the same. I only trained the system. I did not develop the technology. I could not foresee how the system would make a decision on a case-by-case basis. I am not responsible either. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the key point when it comes to attributing legal responsibility and liability when artificial intelligence goes wrong. Yes, there may be humans involved in the system, but the AI acts autonomously. It makes its own decisions, and very often, the humans will not understand how or why it has made that decision. And in those circumstances, do we really think it's fair to hold person A or person B legally responsible for the independent, autonomous actions of the AI? at the very least, there is a difficulty here. And the difficulty also translates into when we try and attribute liability. So we've identified someone who could be responsible, and then we ask, should they be liable for compensation to the victim, the person who suffers injury? So coming back to the car situation, person A negligently drives their car, they crash into someone, and they cause physical injury. Now, if person X was not wearing a seatbelt, as I discussed earlier, as a society, we may say to person A, you are responsible for the accident, you caused it, but actually, we are not going to hold you liable because it was person X who did not wear their seatbelt. And person A, you could not foresee that person X would not be wearing their seatbelt because everybody wears their seatbelt most of the time. But back to our AI example, where the system makes a mistake and says that the transaction was fraudulent, again, party A and party B will say, I could not foresee this. Even if I designed the technology, you cannot hold me legally liable. You cannot force me to pay compensation to person X because I simply could not foresee how the system would make decisions. It does so autonomously. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the big challenge that we have. There are examples of this already. AI has already gone wrong, and it has already caused harm. Now, there are 3 examples, and I want to focus on the 3rd example. But very briefly, you may have seen Microsoft deployed an artificially intelligent-powered chatbot called Tay. And the purpose of Tay was to go onto Twitter and engage with other Twitter users and entertain them. Within 24 hours, Microsoft's chatbot was making racist comments and making sexist comments, and Microsoft had to withdraw it. You may have seen the Amazon recruiting tool. Amazon developed a tool to review candidates' application forms and CVs. But after a few days, it discovered that the tool was not being fair and was not applying gender equality to the candidates. Again, AI going wrong, and Amazon had to withdraw the tool. The one I want to focus on is the case that you might have heard of, which is the self-driving Uber car that tragically killed a pedestrian who was walking in the street in America. Now, the car did have a passenger inside it. It was on autonomous mode, but there was a passenger. Unfortunately, the passenger wasn't looking at the road at the time of the accident, and the car hit the woman, and she died. Now, this begs the question, who is liable in that situation? Is the woman at fault for crossing the road? As a society, we probably say no, because most of us driving a car would stop if we see a woman crossing the road. Is it the developer of the technology? Maybe Uber was collaborating with a third party to develop the technology. But they might say, no, it can't be me. I gave you the technology, Uber, but you had to test it. You had to deploy it safely. I cannot be responsible. So then we look to Uber. But Uber may say, it's not me. I did not develop the technology. It was the third party that developed the technology. You need to hold them responsible for these actions. And what about the passenger in the car? Should he have been looking at the road? Should he have pressed the emergency brake when the woman stepped out? Well, he will say, it's a driverless car. It's supposed to recognize hazards like that and stop of its own accord. So who is liable? You can see the difficulties that we face in situations exactly like this one. Now, finding a solution is difficult, but as a society, we do have the power to find a solution. we get to decide who is liable, who is responsible, and in what circumstances. Now, that exercise is definitely going to be difficult, but it is something that we will have to do. So then we move on to talking about how we find the right solution. And it's important to state at the outset, how are we going to find this solution? Well, in my view, we have to start with a very important point, which is that the solution to this problem must be consistent with what we call the rule of law. And that means various things. The solution should not be arbitrary. It should be capable of explanation and justification. Now, that is not going to be difficult. As we've seen, who is responsible when AI goes wrong? We have to decide, but we have to decide in a way which has a justification. The solution must be certain and it must be clear, so that people, when going about their everyday business in society, can look at the law, understand it, and say, I can predict how the law will be applied to my actions. In situations like the Uber scenario, we need to make sure Uber in the future is clear about the circumstances in which it will be liable if something goes wrong with its driverless car. And we need to make sure that the solution protects fundamental human rights, which underpin all legal systems. Now, this requires balancing a number of difficult factors. Fundamentally, we have to make decisions about who is going to be liable when AI goes wrong. Mr. Turner will come on to talk about this afternoon whether AI itself could be responsible. But at the moment, before AI has its own legal personality, we need to identify humans or companies, and we need to explain why we say they are liable. Should the state intervene, or should we leave it all to the parties? I will come on to talk about contract law and tort law. Those regimes allow the parties to enter into transactions and govern their own liabilities. But a question arises with AI, which is whether our national judicial and legislative systems should intervene. And one of the reasons they might intervene is to protect consumers. And that is going to be one of the key points as we move forward with the artificial intelligence revolution. How do we protect consumers from the harm that AI can cause? And this requires balance, because if we over-regulate, if we make it too difficult to deploy AI without becoming legally liable or responsible, then maybe people will not be incentivized to develop AI. And it is clear at this point in time that we do want to encourage innovation and creativity when it comes to AI. So we need to be very careful that our legal solution does not make it more difficult to innovate in the field of AI. And we need to decide whether we want an international solution. One of the aims of having conferences like this is to understand what is happening in different jurisdictions. And we need to look at whether we can have a harmonized solution across jurisdictions to this problem of working out who is responsible when AI goes wrong. So here are some options. Contract law, tort law. The advantages with both of those is that they exist already. So we don't have to do very much in order to make AI subject to contract and tort law. Chances are, if you are entering into a contract involving AI, if you are using AI on the street and something goes wrong, you will be subject to potential responsibility or liability under contract or tort law. But then we have some other options, and these options may require more intervention, more regulation, and more protection for consumers. And those options are compulsory insurance, which already exists in some jurisdictions in relation to AI, vicarious liability, and perhaps the most extreme, strict liability, where people can be held responsible even where they are not at fault. And I just want to spend a few minutes looking at each of these options as a possible solution to the problem that we have identified. Contract law. Most jurisdictions embrace the freedom of contract principle. We let people decide for themselves how they allocate liability in the context of a contract. Now, contracts are very useful instruments. They allow parties to decide between themselves what they are both going to do, how they are going to do it, and I'm sure you are all familiar with things like limitation of liability clauses, exclusion of liability clauses. Those are very effective tools in the private law world of allocating responsibility and liability in any transaction. Contracts are also useful because national courts will enforce contracts usually. And so they're a very useful tool in the context of AI. But there are a few disadvantages of contract law. A contract necessarily only binds the parties who have signed the contract. What happens where AI causes harm to a third party? What happens where AI goes wrong and causes harm to a consumer? Consumers don't often enter into commercial contracts with sophisticated parties. Will they have any right to compensation when AI goes wrong? Where there's a contract between two commercial parties? Probably not. And so contract law does have its weaknesses as well as its strengths. What about tort law as a solution? Now, most jurisdictions have a tort law regime where people are held responsible or liable for civil wrongs that they commit in society. Now, the good thing about tort law is that it is flexible. It is not necessarily subject matter specific. So if someone were to cause harm using AI, then that analysis could be applied under the jurisdiction's tort law. Now, often when you apply tort law, you have to identify the person who owes a duty to someone else. If any of you are driving a car on the streets, chances are you will have a duty towards the other drivers on the road. Then you need to ask, has there been a breach of that duty? Has something gone wrong such that we can say you have breached your duty of care? And finally, with tort law, you need to look at the harm or loss that has been suffered and ask whether the victim has a right to be compensated for that loss. Now, in principle, that analysis can be applied to artificial intelligence. When AI goes wrong, tort law is, in principle, available to give an innocent party a remedy. But we come back to the same problem we've been identifying. When you apply tort law, you say to an individual or a company, you are liable, you are responsible for the AI going wrong. The fundamental problem is, how do we decide who is responsible when the AI goes wrong? Every person involved in the transaction is likely to say, the AI acts autonomously. I cannot be held liable for any damages, compensation that is due to the innocent party. So tort law, in principle, could be applied, but the practical application of tort law is very difficult. So let's look at three other solutions, which may require judicial or legislative intervention. The first is vicarious liability. Now, vicarious liability is where you hold a principal liable for the actions of its agent. Now, the principal could be an individual or a company, and the agent could be an object or an animal, or it could be another person. But where that agent causes harm, where we have vicarious liability, we say it is okay to hold the principal liable because perhaps the principal had supervision or control of the agent. And that's the basis on which we're going to hold the principal liable for when things go wrong. So why can't that analysis apply to AI? Maybe when AI goes wrong, we look to the people who had supervision or control of the system. In the Uber example, maybe we look to Uber and say, you had control, supervision of the system, you should be liable. Now, the advantages of this system is that we don't have this problem of foreseeability. We don't have the problem of the principal saying, I could not foresee what could go wrong. The AI is autonomous because in vicarious liability, we say, we are not giving you liability because you could foresee what could go wrong. We are attributing liability to you because you had some control or supervision over the agent. So you are responsible for supervising the AI system. You should therefore be liable. But I think the one key disadvantage with that system is that fair? Is it fair to say to someone, you had supervision of the AI system, therefore you are liable? Is it fair to say to Uber in that situation, you had control over the vehicle, you should have tested it, therefore you are automatically liable? For me, there is still a question mark about whether or not that is fair. But that is one possible solution. Insurance. Insurance is going to be a very big topic when it comes to artificial intelligence. Insurance is already available for a number of risks and a number of situations where things go wrong. There is going to be no exception to artificial intelligence. There could be third-party insurance where a potential wrongdoer is required to take out insurance to cover the risks and the harm that that person may cause. There could be first-party insurance where a potential victim will take out insurance to make sure that they are covered by any harm suffered by them. Compulsory insurance may be a way of ensuring that when AI goes wrong, victims are given sufficient compensation. Now, in the UK, we already have a system of insurance when it comes to driverless cars. The UK has an Automated and Electrical Vehicles Act which extends the provision of insurance to automated vehicles. And that is likely to be a very important piece of legislation in the future. Now, there is one big problem when it comes to insurance as a solution. It doesn't solve the underlying liability issues. Because what happens when an insurer pays out compensation to a victim? The insurer then tries to bring a claim against the original person who did something wrong. So you end up with the same problem. The insurer then has to bring a civil claim, perhaps in tort law, against someone who they say caused the wrong or is liable for the wrong caused by the AI. So insurance works as a potentially neat solution in allowing innocent parties to claim compensation, but it doesn't get around the fundamental problem of working out who is liable and who is responsible when AI goes wrong. And finally, let's look at strict liability as a solution. Strict liability regimes can be controversial because in a strict liability regime, someone or some company is liable when things go wrong, even if they didn't cause the fault or even if they are not at fault themselves. And we often see strict liability regimes in the context of health and safety law or defective products. So if a product goes wrong and causes harm, we say that the person who made the product is liable, even if they didn't know about the defect or if they weren't negligent in causing the defect. We say it doesn't matter. You are liable because you made the product. And that could apply to AI. We could say to a developer of AI, it doesn't matter how the AI goes wrong. It doesn't matter whether you can foresee the AI going wrong and making a mistake. We are going to hold you liable on a strict basis, even if there is no fault. And that will require jurisdictions to introduce strict liability regimes. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the key question is that a fair response? Is that a fair solution to this problem? And is it going to stifle innovation of AI. I expect in a few years' time there will be a lot of debate about whether or not there should be strict liability in AI. And I think it's something that will be an attractive solution in many jurisdictions. So, in conclusion, what we've seen is that the autonomy of AI, its ability to make its own decisions, makes it very difficult to attribute responsibility and legal liability to the individuals involved in AI. But we operate in a society. We want to blame people when things go wrong. We want to give innocent parties compensation when harm or damage is caused to them. So we have to find a solution to this problem. And as we've seen, there are existing solutions, contract law and tort law, but they may not be good enough to deal with this problem. And we've seen other solutions which national judicial institutes and legislatures could consider introducing as a way of sorting out this issue. Time will tell how different countries approach this problem. In my view, I think we will see a combination of different regimes in the future trying to address this fundamental problem. Who is to blame when AI goes wrong? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to take any questions if we have time.
نشكر السيد منيش تانا لهذه المعلومات القيمة حول المسؤولية القانونية في الذكاء الاصطناعي. والآن نرحب مرة أخرى بالسيد جاكوب تينر حيث يسلط الضوء على الشخصية الاعتبارية لتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Thank you very much again for the introduction. Minesh has given an excellent introduction to the questions of liability for AI if it goes wrong and some of the potential solutions which we might arrive at under legal systems. I'm going to look in this presentation at one particular solution which is perhaps the most controversial of those that have been suggested to date, but one which I think has a significant amount of merit to it. That is the legal personality of artificial intelligence. I'm going to cover 5 things in this presentation. Firstly, the difference between moral and legal rights. Second, moral arguments for AI having rights and similarities with other things in the past that have been granted increasing amounts of rights. Third, pragmatic arguments for AI having legal personality. Fourth, challenges and objections to legal personality. And finally, the kind of things that we would look for if AI is to be granted legal personality. So first, I'd like to distinguish moral and legal rights. It's important to understand that there are differences between what we term moral rights, those rights that we grant to entities because of their inherent values, and legal rights, which are the types of rights which are found in legal systems. So there are different justifications for both moral and legal rights, ethical and pragmatic ones. Pragmatic justifications are a means to an end, and ethical justifications rely on ideas of morality, ideas of what is good and bad, right and wrong, which perhaps go beyond laws. And there is an overlap between moral rights and legal rights. So to give an example, not every moral right is upheld in law. If I say to a friend, I will meet you tomorrow night at the marina, and then I decide I don't want to meet my friend at the marina, then I have not broken any law, but I have broken a promise. That promise was not a contract, so I have committed a moral wrong to my friend because I have promised them I've let them down, but I have not committed a legal wrong. So we can see that not every moral right is a legal right. Also, not every legal right is a moral right. Sometimes the law might require something which morally does not have an impact. I'll first look at moral justifications for giving AI rights and why we might want to give AI rights in virtue of other things who we've given rights to in the past. The key thing I would like to say about moral rights is that they are constantly developing. Our idea of what it is to protect rights is constantly changing. Up here on the screen is a monkey called Naruto. And Naruto was a claimant in a US court case recently because Naruto took this picture of himself. He picked up a camera which had been left on the floor by a photographer, and Naruto took this picture, and it became a very valuable picture. Mr. Tano is going to speak in some more detail after the lunch break about the implications of artificial intelligence for intellectual property. But we see from the Naruto case that sometimes animals are having an impact on intellectual property. The argument of Naruto the monkey, or at least the people who are arguing on the monkey's behalf, was that the monkey should hold some rights. So our idea of animal rights is constantly changing. Now, some people will say rights for AI is ridiculous. It sounds like a crazy idea. Why would you want to do that? But in the 1820s, people said exactly the same thing about rights for animals. So people said that animals are just like machines. They don't have feelings, they don't have thoughts. And then in 1822, in the UK, the country passed one of the first pieces of legislation in the world protecting animals, saying that you could not mistreat horses, for example. You cannot harm a horse. You cannot cause it to suffer unnecessarily. So this was one of the first laws. So we can see that over time, things change. And there is no end point necessarily. To give a recent example, in the US Supreme Court, it was claimed that monkeys in a zoo were being denied their freedom, that they should be allowed their freedom in the same way that humans should be given their freedom. The case was rejected, perhaps fortunately, but the point remains there is constantly a debate as to what rights should be given to entities. It's not fixed. Even with human rights, there have been many developments over the last 200 years. In America, slavery was legal well into the 19th century. This is a picture of an American Supreme Court justice who ruled in a famous case called Dred Scott that slavery was legal. He said that a slave is the property of his owner, and therefore a slave can be treated however the owner wants. But of course that has now changed, and we recognize universally that slavery is not permissible. So again, we can see even with humans that our views, our opinions change over time. Not just with animals and humans, the environment now is being given rights of its own. On the screen is Methuselah, which is the name for a tree in the US, which is said to be one of the oldest trees in the world. And many people feel that parts of the environment should be given some protection. And in fact, in some constitutions around the world, the environment has legally protected rights. In Ecuador, that is the case. Under the statute of the International Criminal Court, it is a crime against humanity to destroy the environment unnecessarily in warfare. So environmental rights are also constantly changing, constantly developing. To conclude on the idea of moral rights, the point I'd like to make is they're not necessarily set in stone. They can develop over time, and perhaps they could develop for AI also. We don't have AI which has feelings right now. We don't have AI that can feel pain. We don't have AI which is conscious. But maybe in the future we will do. And maybe in the future we might want to think of AI more like an animal which you can't harm without good cause. But we're not there yet. So the rest of my presentation is not going to be talking about protecting the moral rights of AI. It's going to be focusing on the pragmatic grounds, the much more economic grounds for treating AI as a legal person, for giving it legal rights. There are two questions within legal personality for AI. First, is it possible? And secondly, is it desirable? Do we want it at all? Turning to the first question, is it possible? I would say that legal personality for AI definitely is possible. In order to understand this, we need to look at what is legal personality. What does it mean to say that you are recognized by a given system of law as a legal person? A famous theorist, Hans Kelsen, said that legal personality is just a bundle of rights and obligations. And if we look at the US Supreme Court in a case from the 19th century, one of the first cases in the world to recognize legal persons as being separate from their owners, the court said, a corporation, a company, is an artificial being. Indivisible, so you can't break it up, you can't touch it, it's intangible, and it only exists in law. You can't see a company, but it still exists as a matter of law. And because it's the creature of law, it has only the properties which the charter of its creation confers upon it. So the idea is that a company, a corporation, a legal person, only has the rights which we give to it. We decide, as legislators, as judges, as administrators, we decide what rights a company has. So how could how could personality for AI be possible? One option, and this has been suggested by some legal writers around the world, is to house AI within an existing corporation. So we have limited liability corporations. They are very common. We have partnerships. There are many types of corporations in different jurisdictions around the world. One option is that we try to put AI within its own existing corporation. And this is a bit like a hermit crab. A hermit crab, you might be familiar, doesn't have its own shell, but it takes the shell of another crustacean and it lives inside it. So it takes something else and makes it its house. That's a bit like what some people suggest we could do with AI, to house it within something which exists. And some people have argued that you could do this with existing corporations. I don't think that's such a good idea, because existing corporations are designed to be managed and run by humans. They're designed for other economic reasons. They're not designed to deal with the types of unique issues that AI gives rise to, that I spoke about earlier and that Mr. Tanner spoke about earlier. What would happen if legal personality for AI was recognized? I suggest that it would have a knock-on effect. So if one country recognizes AI as having legal personality anywhere in the world, very soon afterwards, other countries would have to recognize AI as having legal personality also. So the one country which recognizes it first has a real advantage in doing so. This is because we have an idea in legal systems which you will be familiar with, I think, called mutual recognition of foreign companies. And in the EU, there is even a law which says that if a company is recognized by any EU country, then it must be recognized by every other EU country. Other countries may have their own laws which say this, or it may be something which is done on a case-by-case basis. The point is, even if you do not recognize something as having legal personality, if another country does, then it's likely that your system of courts will also grant that recognition unless there is a reason not to do so. So to give an example of where this has happened, in India, temples are recognized as having legal personality. They can hold property, they can go to court, they can sue other entities in their own name, temples. In the UK, temples are not recognized as having legal personality. They're not within the set of legal persons that we see there as being a point in. And yet, in a UK court case, an Indian temple sued people in the UK for the return of an idol, which was stolen from the temple. That's the idol on the screen. And the temple was recognized by the UK Court of Appeal as having legal personality in the UK, even though, when they described it as being little more than a pile of stones. So a pile of stones on the ground, because it was recognized in India, was also recognized in the UK. That's an example of the way that if you're a first mover with recognizing AI legal personality, other countries may well follow. And here's an example of a potential first mover. This is Sophia, the robot created by Hanson Robotics, and in 2017, Saudi Arabia gave Sophia citizenship at a big international conference. Now, we don't know what citizenship means. It probably had no legal consequences. But nonetheless, it's interesting, and we can see that even neighboring regional jurisdictions to Dubai are starting to think about recognizing AI as having legal personality. Now, Saudi Arabia didn't do any legal thinking around what this means. It was just a publicity stunt. But there's the possibility for other countries to do something which is more than just a publicity stunt. So now I'm going to look at some of the justifications for giving AI legal personality. Now, I'm not suggesting AI is the only solution. Mr. Tanner has already suggested various other solutions to the question of who is responsible when AI causes harm, but it is one potential solution. It could be used alongside others. So let's say that we grant AI legal personality, that we treat it like a company. And you'll be familiar with lots of companies that operate in your jurisdiction. The main point is that companies are separate from their shareholders. They're separate from their directors. One justification is to bridge the accountability gap. Mr. Tanner raised the question, who is responsible? Is it the designer? Is it the operator? Is it the owner of the AI system? Well, we could solve that problem by saying the AI system is itself responsible. So we don't need to ask these complicated questions. If you have an autonomous vehicle which hits somebody and kills them, you might say that the autonomous vehicle, it made the decision, therefore the autonomous vehicle should be treated as being responsible. And in fact, the European Parliament has proposed this idea of AI having its own legal personality in a resolution of February 2017. It's important to say that this resolution is not binding on Europe. So it's not the law in Europe right now that we have legal personality, but it is a proposal which at least some people think is worth taking forward. They spoke about creating a specific legal status for robots so that at least the most sophisticated autonomous robots, interesting that they used autonomous because that fits into the definition that I spoke about earlier, could be established as having the status of electronic persons responsible for making good the damage they cause. So the idea is that the owner isn't responsible for making good the damage, for paying compensation to those who are harmed. The AI system is responsible. Another justification is to bridge what's known as the retribution gap. This is similar to liability, but where something really serious has happened, where a crime has been committed, often we feel we want to punish somebody, and we want to punish the person who made the meaningful decision that led to the harm. And instead of trying to punish the designer who may not have known that this harm was going to take place, it may fit better into punishing someone or something to punish the AI system, because the AI system has made the decision. In some countries, we also have corporate criminal liability, where you can hold a company criminally liable for harm. And that would be similar to this justification. A third justification, this is moving into the economic role of AI, is that AI can now conclude contracts on its own. And in fact, there are now some court cases about contracts, particularly high-frequency financial trading contracts, which are not concluded by humans, they're concluded by AI systems. On many of the exchanges selling stocks and shares, selling derivatives in the world, it's not humans who are deciding when to buy, when to sell shares. It is computer systems. And some of these computer systems are now AI systems. So one of the justifications is to allow these computer systems to conclude contracts. Because if we don't give AI its own legal personality, then it's possible that whoever designed the system, if the AI makes a bad deal, they could say, well, I didn't want this AI to make this decision. I would have told it not to, so I should not be responsible for this, that the contract is void, that it did not come into being. And there are cases about this. There's one in the UK, there's one in Singapore at the moment, perhaps there will be one in Dubai quite soon. So this is a real problem about who is responsible if AI makes a contract. A next justification is if AI does something creative. We've spoken a lot about AI causing harm, but actually, AI can also create things. This picture up on the screen was not designed by any human. It was designed by an AI system. So who owns it? We don't have a good answer for that yet. We could do if the AI which created it was able to own it. A fifth justification is to drive national economic growth. And we've heard from the excellent presentation this morning about Dubai as the smart city and the many fantastic initiatives that were spoken about, that this is very much an aim for Dubai. And we've seen reforms to corporate law being used to drive national economic growth in other countries. So to take the Caribbean islands, particularly places like the British Virgin Islands, they have had a lot of growth in terms of companies establishing themselves there because in the 1970s they reformed their corporate law, so we now have many what are called offshore companies registered in a jurisdiction which has favorable laws. Similarly, we have many ships which are registered in Greece, many ships which are registered in Liberia, because they have made themselves favorable jurisdictions in order to register those particular things. If a country does that, if a city does that for AI, perhaps it could draw in more AI companies by creating the legal structures which are tailored to this technology. There are, however, many challenges to AI personality. As I said, it is a controversial topic. Lots of people in civil society, particularly in Europe, have resisted AI legal personality. There was a letter to the European Commission from many different experts who said that they thought it was a very bad idea to give AI personality after the European Parliament proposed this. However, I think these objections are mistaken because they're confusing corporate rights, legal personality, with human rights. And as I said at the beginning, human rights, animal rights, moral rights are very different from legal and economic rights. And what I'm proposing is not that we give AI any human rights. I'm not saying we should allow AI to marry or allow AI to vote. What I'm suggesting is that maybe we should treat AI like a company. And so I think this response from society, this fear about giving AI rights, is misguided. Some people say that AI legal personality would be used as a shield to protect designers of AI, owners of a system, from the consequences of harm which is caused. Now, that is true, but actually that is not such a bad thing. Because if you think about it, that's exactly what companies do. The whole invention of a company with limited liability is to protect the owners, it's to protect the entrepreneurs, to protect the investors from responsibility if that company perhaps causes harm, if that company loses money, makes a bad deal. So in order to aid innovation, sometimes we need to give protection to the people who are innovating. And that is what AI legal personality might be able to do. You might have people who say, I am more willing to innovate in a country which protects me from some of the consequences if my innovation is not so successful. There's another objection of AI rights being privileged over human rights. But we have this balance with existing companies as well. You cannot steal from a supermarket, even though a supermarket is a corporation. So, in that sense, we do sometimes privilege legal persons over humans, but there's nothing wrong with doing that. And it's important that each society should strike the right balance between rights for legal persons and rights for humans. Finally, I'm going to look at some of the features which might be helpful, which might be necessary if we want to grant AI legal personality. Because if you just grant AI legal personality without thinking about what features it needs to have, then it might not solve the kinds of problems of liability that we were looking at earlier. So we need to think about certain necessary parts. Firstly, we need to be able to identify the artificial intelligence. There are lots of different types of computer systems, and you might have one program which is used in many different locations around the world. So, for example, a Tesla car. It might be designed in California, and it might use an algorithm in California, but there will be cars all around the world. Is each car a separate legal person, or is there just one legal person in California? We need to work out this distinction, and it might need to be different depending on which application we're looking at. So we need to answer that question. We need to know which AI it is we're looking at. One way of doing this is to have a register of AI. Just as we have a register of companies, each company has a number, and if it is not registered, then it has no legal personality. So perhaps we need a register of AI. Secondly, the AI doesn't need to own itself. We would want to have a structure where AI can be owned, perhaps by a company, perhaps by a human, perhaps by several companies. And we can see that we are very familiar with this from existing legal systems. You might have an operative company at the bottom, owned by another company, owned by another company, and so on, up to the top. We would need to give the AI certain rights, some rights but not others. Certainly at the beginning, we would want to limit these rights to economic ones, ones which serve the purpose of solving some of the issues that I spoke about earlier. So the right to hold property, that would be important. AI should be able to own its own property. For example, if AI creates a new design, the AI should be able to hold that. Also to sue in court. So if somebody copies that design, the AI should be able to go to court and be represented. To make contracts in its own name. I spoke about earlier how many contracts already are being made by AI. So that's another legal right that we might want to give it. And as I've explained, there is no limit to the number of legal rights which we can decide to give to a corporation, to a legal person. It's changing all the time. For example, recently in America, it was recognized that companies should have the right to free speech, which is something that only humans had until recently. AI should also be able to incur obligations. So it will be no good if an AI harms you, but then we can't hold the AI responsibility for that harm. So the ability to incur debt, to owe money to another party, that would be important. The ability to make good any damage that they may cause. How would we sanction AI? We might need to require that AI have a minimum level of capital in order for it to operate in a certain field. Just, for example, in the same way that for banks, you cannot start up a bank if you don't have any money within your bank in order to make good the liabilities. So banks have to have a minimum level of capital, something like around 10% of their obligations they need to hold in capital. We might want to say the same thing for artificial intelligence. So there could be minimum asset requirements for AI. That way, if you're harmed by an AI system, you would know that the AI can always make good that harm that it has caused you, so that there would be certainty for people interacting with AI. It could build trust in artificial intelligence. One of the big issues at the moment, one of the main reasons why people don't like adopting AI at the moment, why some of the public are scared about AI, is because they don't know who is responsible if it causes harm, and they don't trust that they will be made good if they are harmed. So giving AI legal personality could solve that problem also. It's not just good for the owners of AI, it's not just good for the entrepreneurs, it could also be good for those who are interacting with it. AI could be managed by humans in the same way that companies are managed by humans. So just because we give AI its own legal personality, it doesn't mean that AI has to be able to take all of its own decisions on its own. Just as a company has a board of directors, AI could also have its own board of directors. So to conclude on legal personality for AI, we need to start off by distinguishing moral and legal rights. They're not the same thing. Right now, the only important discussions for AI are legal rights, rights which serve a pragmatic economic purpose, which can increase the economic well-being of a society, of a country. These include accountability for harm caused, the ownership of benefits created by the AI, and also fostering innovation. There are, of course, some remaining technical and legal challenges to creating AI legal personality, but what I would say is that there is a great opportunity right now to do so. The question is which country is going to take it. Thank you very much.
أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا مرة أخرى. والآن يسرني أن أدعو السيد منيش تانا لإلقاء ورقة عمل حول الذكاء الاصطناعي والملكية الفكرية. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The next topic I would like to discuss is artificial intelligence and intellectual property. We discussed this morning in some very illuminating presentations the unique features of artificial intelligence, in particular, the fact that AI acts autonomously, makes decisions on its own, and we also looked at whether or not we can and should give AI its own legal personality. Now, for me, intellectual property law brings out those issues and really makes us think about what is unique about AI and whether we should be giving AI its own legal personality. Mr. Turner showed you a slide where an AI system had created a painting. And a question that comes to my mind is, why should the AI system not get the intellectual property rights to that painting? So we'll be looking at questions like that over the next 30 minutes or so. I'll start off by giving an overview of intellectual property. I'm sure most of you are aware of what IP, intellectual property, is, but I'll just give a brief introduction. We will then look at the very interesting issues which AI creates in an intellectual property law framework. And there are two issues. How do you get IP rights over an AI system when AI is so complicated? And what happens when an AI system creates, for example, a painting? Who owns the IP rights in the painting? And we'll look at how else AI is being used in the IP world and where I think the future challenges will lie. So let's look briefly at what intellectual property is. The World Intellectual Property Organization defines IP as creations of the mind. That could be literature or art, inventions, and it can also be symbols, names, or images. Now, IP is very broad, and it's an important category of rights. Why? Well, the development of IP rights promotes social, cultural, economic, and technological growth. Many technological products that exist today only exist because of IP rights. The music and film industry functions because of IP rights. They are a very important set of rights. And the protection of these rights fosters creativity. Why would you spend many years developing a product if at the end of that process you launch the product and immediately the product is copied by a bigger competitor in the market? So IP rights encourages people to be creative, and it's particularly important for new technologies such as artificial intelligence. But as with all other areas of law, we need to find the right balance. If we overprotect rights, then there may not be an incentive to create technology. But equally, if we don't protect rights enough, then why would I create something in the first place? So we need to get the balance right, particularly at the start of a revolution like the AI revolution. You're probably familiar with the main types of intellectual property rights. Now, these can vary between jurisdictions, but principally there are three types: copyright, patents, and trademarks. And I just want to spend a few minutes talking about each of these. Let's start with copyright. Copyright applies to works or creations. And what we're talking about here are things like novels, poems, plays, newspapers, computer programs, films, music, paintings, even photographs. Now, there is generally no requirement to register copyright once you are the author of the work, and as long as the work is original, then you will have copyright over that work. And these rights can last a very long time. For example, an author of a piece of literature can have copyright in that literature for the whole lifetime of the author, and even for years after their death. And the author has the right to license the copyright, to allow third parties to use the work, often in exchange for some money. So we see this in the music industry. Artists who produce songs will allow radio stations, entertainment companies to use that song in return for the payment of royalties or commission. Now, in an AI context, copyright may be relevant where the AI system itself creates something. So let's go back to the painting example. If a painting is created by an AI system, who is the author? Who has the copyright? Now, one answer, as we've discussed this morning, is the AI system itself. Maybe we should give the AI system the rights. But if we don't, if that is too ambitious at this stage, we need to decide who else has the copyright. Patents are very important when it comes to new technology. A patent is an exclusive right granted for an invention. And that could be a mechanical device, a new product, method for doing things, a process, manufacturing a product, or it could be a compound, so a way of combining things that hasn't been done before. The key to all of this is that the product, process, or compound must be new, novel, or inventive, something that nobody else has done before. And in order to benefit from patent protection, the patent right must be registered under the relevant law and with the relevant authorities. So here in the UAE, for example, there is a law called the Industrial Property Law, under which patents are recognized. And the UAE is party to the GCC patent system, which means that throughout the GCC, patents will be recognized and enforced. So if you are the inventor of a new product in Dubai and you register that product for a patent with the authorities in Dubai, you will have protection all around the GCC. Now, in an AI context, patents are very important. When a new company or an individual is developing AI technology, they will want patent protection. But we will come on to see the challenges of trying to obtain patents in the context of AI. Again, who gets the patent protection? Is it the person who designed the system? The person who provides the data and trains the system? If the technology is then sold to a third party, Uber, for example, does Uber have the patent protection? There are many difficult questions. Trademarks. These are distinctive signs that identify certain goods or services provided by a person or a company. These can be words, letters, or even slogans. The company name Kodak is a trademark. The Nike slogan, "Just do it," that is a trademark. They can also be drawings or symbols or packaging. For example, the Nike tick, that is protected by a trademark. And even colors, sounds, and smells can be protected by trademark. The Coca-Cola bottle is protected by trademark, and you've probably all heard the music that comes on with Intel. That music with Intel is protected by trademark. And depending on the jurisdiction you're in, you might also be able to register your trademark, and that gives you protection so that other people cannot use that trademark. Now, in an AI context, trademark is perhaps less relevant than patents and copyright, but we are still seeing areas where trademarks can be impacted by AI, and we'll come on to look at that shortly. So I want to focus on some interesting areas that AI affects IP. And there are two scenarios that I want to look at today. The first is IP rights over the AI system itself. So imagine you have created an AI system. You are very proud of it, and you want to protect it with intellectual property rights. How do you do that? We will look at that. Secondly, what if your AI system is itself creating things? We talked about the painting example. How do you deal with creations by the AI system? And I think that question is not yet as prominent as the first question, but as AI gets more and more sophisticated, more widespread use of AI is present, we will see that question being looked at in the future. There are three challenges, in my view, when talking about intellectual property and AI. The first challenge is dealing with the complexity of an AI system. And I'm using the diagram that I used this morning. And this shows the various components of an AI system and the various individuals that can be involved in the use of an AI system. And two issues emerge. Which part of the AI system is protected by intellectual property? It could be the whole system, but the problem with that is there are lots of different individuals involved. So how do you give this whole system protection under intellectual property law? That is the first challenge. The second challenge is the fact that, as we've discussed, AI acts autonomously. It creates its own code or model, it generates its own output, and there is very little human intervention. So, how do you deal with this situation? One answer is, let's give the AI system its own intellectual property rights. And Mr. Turner discussed just before lunch the challenges, but the potential benefits associated with that. And it really makes you think, if an AI system is capable of producing a master painting that, if it was produced by a human being, would have automatic rights, why shouldn't the AI system have the same rights? The third challenge is the fact that, as humans, we don't always know how the AI system is working and what it is doing. You've all heard of the black box problem when it comes to AI. As humans, we give it instructions, we give the AI system some data, but then the amazing processing power of the AI system kicks into operation. It reviews the data itself, and it makes its own decisions. But as humans, sometimes we have no idea what is happening in that process. We don't know how the AI system is working. In that situation, how do you give intellectual property rights over the AI system? If I can't even explain what I'm trying to protect, how do I get any protection for it? So it's this lack of transparency in an AI system which is the third challenge. So let's look at that first scenario. Imagine you have created an AI system, or you are part of the team that has created an AI system, and you want to acquire intellectual property rights over that system. You will have a strong interest in doing so because you want to have the advantage when you sell your product in the market. You don't want any of your competitors to copy your product, so you want to try and get IP rights if you can. You could try and get copyright. You could say the algorithm I have created to instruct the AI system to work is a work or creation in itself, and I should therefore get copyright. You're probably going to be quite attracted to the idea of obtaining a patent, because once you obtain a patent, nobody else can copy your technology for often 20 or 30 years in some jurisdictions. So you'll try to get a patent. Now, if you are the only person who has designed the AI technology, there are no other individuals involved, and let's say the AI technology is relatively simple to the extent it can be, then maybe you'll be able to persuade a patent office to give you a patent because you are able to explain the AI technology, and there is no one else who is entitled to any rights. But that is not often going to be the case. AI technology is inherently complex. You are going to sometimes struggle to explain how it works, and there will be other individuals involved who will say, I should also get some protection here and have the benefit of intellectual property. As I've said, you might be faced with arguments like, well, this isn't a work or creation. How can I give you copyright? Who is the author? Are you the author, or is it the other three individuals who are also involved in the AI system? And which part of the AI system are you seeking a patent for? You say you want a patent for the whole system, but the whole system is made up of many different complex parts. So how do I give you rights over the whole system? And just at the bottom of the screen there, you will see a provision of UK law that has generated a lot of debate. This is our patent legislation in the UK. And it says very clearly, a computer program is not an invention. And that means you cannot get a patent for a computer program. Now, you may be able to get copyright for a computer program because it could be a work or a creation. But what if you want a patent for your computer program or your AI system? How will this legislation be interpreted to work for an AI system? And for me, this provision gives rise to a big issue that judiciaries and legislatures will face around the world. How do we legislate for artificial intelligence from an intellectual property perspective? And should we legislate to allow people to have intellectual property rights in AI systems? I think the answer to that is we should, but we will have to draft legislation very carefully because at the moment, someone could argue that an AI system is a computer program, and in the UK, they won't get a patent. But in other jurisdictions, the provisions might be different, and you may be able to argue for patent protection. Now, just 2 months ago, the United States Patent and Trademark Office issued a consultation, and they are clearly thinking about some of the issues with artificial intelligence. And they have asked the wider public to answer some of these questions. And if you look at questions 1 and 2, these are exactly the issues that I have been discussing with regard to intellectual property. They have asked, what are the elements of an AI invention? For example, the problem to be addressed, the structure of the database, the training of the algorithm on the data, the algorithm itself. The United States Patent Office want to know the answer to this because they are struggling, as we all are, to identify which bit of the AI system deserves protection. Is it the whole of the system? And the second question, what are the different ways that a person can contribute to the conception of an AI invention? And what the United States Patent Office are thinking about there is the problem I've mentioned. With an AI system, there are many individuals involved. So which individual gets the rights? And they want to know more information about AI systems. And I expect that consultations and questions like this are going to be asked by many other patent offices around the world. I expect that national courts will need to consider questions like this when considering intellectual property. Now, I've been talking about all the problems with obtaining patents for AI technology. In fact, there are already many patents out there for AI technology, so the system is working to a certain extent. Since 1960, 340,000 AI-related patent applications have been filed. There's been a 28% increase between 2012 and 2017. And you'll see there, machine learning makes up 40% of all AI-related patent applications. And you may not be able to see the names of the companies, but just to put this into context and give you some numbers, IBM has over 8,000 AI-related patents in force, and Microsoft has around 6,000 patents for its AI products. Now that tells you two things. There is clearly a lot of AI development happening, and it has been happening for a while. Each of those 8,000 patents and 6,000 patents are distinct, so the technology in each is different. And clearly, the problems I've been identifying have been addressed to a certain extent. So it is possible to obtain patent protection for AI. I'm not saying it's easy, it certainly isn't, but it is possible. Then, the next question, and I think it's a very interesting question. Probably not so important now, but I think it will be in the next 10 or 20 years. What happens when an AI system itself creates something that deserves protection? It's already happening. Sony have managed to compose a song that was done only by an AI system. There was no human involved in the composition apart from setting up the AI system. Journalism. The Washington Post uses AI technology, a piece of software called Heliograph, to write stories and reports. So that is already happening. Computer games. Computer games used to be designed by human software engineers. Now, we rely on AI to design computer games. Why? Because the AI probably knows better than the human how to design a good computer game. What do consumers want from a computer game? How do I best use the graphics? And how do I best make the experience as enjoyable as possible for a consumer? Leave that to AI. It's better than humans in some cases. And finally, art. This is a very interesting story. There is something called the New Rembrandt Project, and it's a collaboration between a few organizations, and they have created an AI system which has produced a copy of a Rembrandt painting. And apparently, art experts struggle to tell the difference between an original Rembrandt and the AI-created Rembrandt, which I think really tells you about the power of AI and the opportunities in the future. But we immediately face the problem. If we can't give intellectual property rights to the AI system itself, who do we give them to? Let's go back to our diagram. Person A provides the raw data to the system. Person B is the architect of the algorithm. And person C is responsible for training the supervised machine learning system. Who gets the intellectual property rights? A, B, or C? Maybe they have jointly the rights in the AI system. And again, I'm going to show you a piece of UK law which tries to address this problem. And it says this: in the case of a literary, dramatic, musical, or artistic work which is computer-generated, the author shall be the person by whom the arrangements necessary for the creation of the work are undertaken. In other words, where a computer generates something, it will be the human whose work was necessary to allow the computer to do that who will get the rights. But A, B, and C, in our example, will all say that their work was necessary to allow the AI system to produce a painting or a piece of music or a computer program. They will all say, I am responsible, I am necessary for the AI system to do what it did. So they will all claim intellectual property rights. Now, it may be that all of them should have intellectual property rights. Maybe the AI system should have intellectual property rights. But this debate is going to continue for many years. And at the moment, there is no clear answer. Now, I'm not sure if any of you have seen this monkey before, but I will introduce you to a friend of mine called Naruto. And in 2014, a photographer, David Slater, was in the jungle and was setting up a camera to take photos of monkeys. And if you haven't heard this story, this is what happened. Naruto, the monkey, took a selfie with Mr. Slater's camera. Very clever monkey. The story continues. In the United States, an animal charity brought an action claiming copyright by Naruto in the photograph. They said Naruto, the monkey, should hold copyright in the photograph. No human being, an animal. Now, you may not be surprised to hear that the US courts, after some time, rejected the claim. They said animals cannot hold copyright. And maybe you will all agree with that. But it does beg the question, should animals have copyright? And if they should, why shouldn't AI have copyright or other intellectual property rights. So it's cases like this that are going to foster debate about intellectual property rights, and in particular, what Mr. Turner was talking about earlier, whether AI itself should be capable of holding rights. And this is another example that is going to test that position. Just 2 months ago, a team from the University of Surrey in the UK submitted a patent application for their AI system, Dabus. And this AI system invented 2 different products. The first product was a food container, which was capable of changing shape. And the second was a revolutionary new flashlight system called the Neural Flame. Both inventions, both probably capable of having a patent. The team submitted the patent applications naming the AI system as the inventor. So not the humans who designed the AI system, not the team from the university. They said the AI system is the patent holder. Now, we don't have the results of that yet because it was so recent, but that is a case that I'm sure will generate more discussion about whether or not AI itself should be capable of holding a patent. Now, the current legal position in the UK and the US is that only natural people, humans, are entitled to hold a patent. So it may well be that that application will fail. But, as I say, it will certainly engender discussion about this point, and you should all think what your position is. Do you think that AI should be given some rights? And if so, how can we facilitate that? Because it's discussions like this that will help reform this area of law, will help understand in the future how we grant intellectual property rights to AI. Just very briefly, by way of conclusion, AI is also being used to protect intellectual property rights. There are computer programs now that can analyze all patent applications filed around the world, and they can tell you if you are trying to file a patent for your product, whether you will succeed or whether you won't succeed. If you design some AI tomorrow and you want to determine whether or not you can get some intellectual property rights, you will need to be sure that your AI is different to everyone else's. But we've already seen that IBM have over 8,000 patents and Microsoft have around 6,000 patents. Is your AI any different to their AI? Well, there are now artificially intelligent powered tools that will tell you that, because these tools are able to analyze all patent applications filed around the world and tell you whether yours will stand a chance of success or whether someone has already filed a patent for your technology, in which case you might find it difficult. And AI is being used by IP agencies around the world to share data and to make the global recognition, enforcement, and protection of intellectual property rights easier to do. AI can do that because it can process vast amounts of data. And so that's the other area in which we're seeing AI affect the intellectual property world. So in the future, and by way of conclusion, I think we're going to see a lot more debate about the legal personality of AI. In my mind, if an AI creates a painting, there is an argument to say that the AI system itself should have the rights to that painting. So there will be a lot more discussion about legal personality in the context of intellectual property rights. I think we can see a lot more IP rights in the world of AI. I suspect in 10 years' time, IBM will have doubled the number of patents they have in relation to AI. And where you have patents, you will have litigation. There will be allegations of patent infringement, and that will generate a whole world of rights and claims around patent infringement. And as judiciaries and legislatures will have to do, they will need to consider whether existing legislation is good enough to protect AI technology using intellectual property rights? Or if it isn't, how are we going to do that in the future? If it's new legislation, how do we draft that legislation in a way which properly captures the complexities and the difficulties and the uniqueness of AI? So this is a debate that is going to continue for a long time, and I expect you will all see lots more reference to intellectual property in the world of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
شكرا للسيد منيش مرة أخرى على كلمته الثانية. والآن يسرني أن أدعو الأستاذ عبد الله مطاوع لإلقاء ورقة حول موضوع مستقبل القضاء والقانون في ظل الذكاء الاصطناعي. وأطلب من السادة الحضور رجاء تعبئة الاستبيانات التي سيتم توزيعها إن شاء الله لاحقا قبل انتهاء المحاضرة. وشكرا.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Mr. Tanner and Mr. Turner. Those were some really superb presentations today with so many questions around the regulation, the legal rights, the obligations, independent personality or not. I'm going to be dealing with an issue which is slightly different and maybe a little bit lighter, maybe not. But it's around the impact of AI and the technology that we're seeing being developed so quickly and that I was talking about more generally and the gentlemen have talked about today on the actual sector of practicing lawyers and practicing judges. So I put up the same slide that I had at the beginning of my previous presentation just as a reminder that when the debate around exploring the development of artificial intelligence as a technology was conceived in the mid-1950s, the original objective was to see whether machines could be taught to mimic or simulate the behavior of the human brain and the human being. And the reason that I'm coming back to this question now is because if that had been the case, then the answer to the following question, or the question on the following slide, might be easier to answer. And the question is, what is the future? Is the human judge going to become extinct? Actually, this applies to lawyers as well. My son says to me, should I study law at university? And my wife says, no, don't do that. In 10 years, there won't be any lawyers. Should I become a pilot? No, in 10 years, there are not going to be any pilots. In 10 or 15 years from now, there are many jobs and professions that people conceived today likely to not exist because of the development of AI and the sort of dislocation of people in the workforce from jobs that we traditionally understand today. And when you talk to the technology companies who are developing AI, or when you talk in policy fora on the subject of the impact of AI on society generally, one of the biggest fears, I work with Microsoft on some of its policy work in the area of AI and other fourth industrial revolution subjects. And it's a big topic of debate and policy interest within the tech giant companies even, because the fear of society is around the dislocation of individuals from their jobs or the enlarging of the unemployed workforce. So coming back to the audience that we have here today, obviously it's a great honor to be speaking to the Judicial Institute. The question is, as judges, will you still have jobs? Is it possible that AI, whether it's in 5, 10, or 15 years, is going to be able to replace you? And as a practicing lawyer, I probably don't have 15 years left in my career. I'm kind of getting old now, so it probably isn't going to affect me, but maybe if my son were to go and study law at university, he'd only have 5 or 10 years, maybe. So is the human judge or the lawyer going to be replaced by a robot? Question. On the far side of the screen is a character from a comic series, and when I was a boy, and we're talking about now the late 1970s, the early 1980s, I used to read this comic titled Judge Dredd. It's been made into 3 or 4 movies now, but at the time that I was a boy, it was just a comic. And the story there was about a dystopian human society where, you know, there was a heavy concentration of wealth in the hands of a very small number of people, lots of people who were very poor, massive climate breakdown, actually extremely prophetic story for the 1970s. It talked about big, you know, breakdown of the climate and so on. But the issue there was that the systems and the technology and the information available would be so advanced in the future that it would be possible for one individual to be called a judge and to actually be a judge, a jury, and an executioner. It was 3 words that appeared in every single edition of the Judge Dredd magazine when I was a boy, and I used to find that whole idea extremely fascinating. And so the question is, you know, now that we're here in the 21st century, whether the AI technology that's available to lawyers or to judges will actually be able to provide them with sufficiently valuable information that is accurate and fast to enable them to do their jobs, you know, without all of the parties that we traditionally associate with any given legal situation. So what's the answer? Is this the future? And I think part of the answer is yes. But I also think part of the answer is no, and I don't think there will ever come a time, certainly not in our lifetimes, where there is no place for judges and lawyers, and I'll explain in a minute why I think that is. So first of all, I think it's valuable to think as colleagues, you know, who are the stakeholders in this? And I think you have the administrators of the law, being the legislators, the people who write the laws, think about the laws, who are responsible for formulating policy, the judiciary, the judges, who are there to make judgments and decide on how a law should be interpreted. There are many officials in the judicial system and in government generally, and, you know, regardless of e-government, where a lot of that is now becoming automated, there are still a lot of officials in the government sector, and of course law enforcement on the crime side of things. Among practitioners, we have lawyers, we have advocates, we have legal scholars, and I call legal scholars practitioners because they are also practicing law, and particularly in the civil law countries that we practice in, like this one, the role of the scholar is very important in developing legislation, evolving legislation, and guiding practitioners and also judges on how to interpret legislation. And then, of course, you have those who are governed by the law, meaning people, companies, organizations, maybe AI itself, from what we've heard today, and of course, society at large. And then it's worth remembering also that the first 2 sets of stakeholders also fall under that category, which is those who are governed by the law and have to be guided by it. So then I also think it's worth focusing on the context in which we think about law and the potential for technology to assist lawyers or to assist judges in the discharge of their jobs. So as a practicing lawyer, I think about this in two buckets. One of them is the transactional context, and we heard from Manish earlier about parties' freedom to contract. So in a transaction, it always will involve 1, 2, maybe several parties who have the freedom to do business with each other, to form organizations or companies together, joint ventures, buying, selling, supplying, using, all sorts of agreements. And the whole underpinning principle of that is that people have the freedom to come together and decide on the framework, the legal framework that will govern that relationship at a very basic level. And each of those parties will want to have their rights protected, and that is codified in contract. And what happens in a contractual discussion, whether it's between 2 parties or many parties, is that the outcome will be a document which is a law specifically for that relationship, really. That's one way to look at it. It's a law specific for that relationship, and what it says will depend on a number of different things. how are these transactions conducted in society? What is the market practice? What is the negotiating leverage of the parties? There are buyer-friendly contracts and seller-friendly contracts, and lawyers' jobs are always to try and moderate and see if they can get a better deal for their client. And of course, there's the skill of the respective practitioners. And so it's interesting to think about contexts in which AI and technology will actually start playing a bigger role in the formulation of these laws for relationships or contracts. And of course, that will have great relevance for judicial authorities that are then subsequently dealing with interpreting those contracts for the purposes of determining the outcome of disputes. And then in the contentious context, or what I would call the contentious bucket, and this covers actually not just civil law contentious context, but also potentially criminal law as well. And again, I break it down in a very sort of simple set of questions or principles, which is somebody's done something wrong, allegedly, and the question that either the judicial authority or law enforcement or both, or the lawyers for any side in one of these situations is, has a law or a contract or a duty been broken? So we're covering the criminal law, contracts, or torts. What is the evidence for that assertion by whoever the claimant or the prosecutor is? And does that evidence prove the responsibility or prove that the thing that has happened is the responsibility of the person who is being sued or is being prosecuted or accused? And then the role of the judge is to sort of interpret all of those questions or interpret all of the facts and the evidence presented in order to determine what the outcome should be at the end. An award of damages, or a prison sentence, or any other number of potential outcomes. So the next step is I want to talk about just the strengths and weaknesses of AI technology, and really this is the core part of my presentation today is to sort of assess whether, in my view, there is likely to ever be a complete disintermediation of the judiciary or of legal practitioners. Are our jobs going to come to an end because technology is capable of doing our jobs? And so I think we have to look at the strengths and weaknesses of the technology because, frankly, the technology is available to make our jobs easier. It's available to make our jobs capable of being executed faster and with a higher degree of accuracy. But there are plenty of weaknesses that actually prevent technology as it stands today from disintermediating judges and lawyers from their duties. So on the strength side, heuristics, the systems by which you can classify, analyze, process data. This is an extremely well-developed area, and the previous speakers have spoken about it in great detail. So many different technologies are now available. The advancement of developing neural networks, for example, means that even deep and responsive AI is available to undertake these specific tasks. And real-life examples I'm going to come onto in a couple of minutes. So these AI systems, when tasked with a very specific set of questions or challenges, can do a really fantastic job. And I think all of the speakers today have said the same thing, which is if you set the technology a narrow task with a high degree of specificity, the chances are that technology is going to do an absolutely excellent job. And there are many examples of where that is actually happening today in law, which I'll talk about in a minute. But on the weakness side, and this goes back to my very first slide and that overarching question, which is it possible to get machines to be more intelligent than we are, or to think faster than we do, not in terms of whether to make move number 37 in the Go game the winning move, which of course was an amazing thing, that the computer developed that decision at that particular moment in time. It was an intelligent thing that happened. But nevertheless, the vast number of judgments and interdependent thoughts and ideas, the complexities of evidential fact patterns, they do require human processing. There is only so much that you can teach an algorithm to do in terms of processing the questions that I was posing on the previous page, which is, even if we just look at the contentious side, we say that somebody has done something wrong. There are many different ways to formulate that or argue that. There are different causes of action. They may come under contract, they may come under law, they may come under both. In the UAE, the civil law system here and the civil code interacts with the procedural law, it interacts with subject matter specific laws. There is no common law system of precedent. There are many different potential interpretations or alternative ways that you would arrive at a view on something. And then all of the other evidential questions and the argumentation and so on that I mentioned. So in my view, computers are nowhere near being able to do that and replicate the ability of humans to deal with these kind of complex subjects. I mean, transferring knowledge from one subject matter to another is not that easy. The level of predictability around how that transfer might be made, whether it's appropriate to do it at a particular set of circumstances. There are some areas where it's possible, but many, many areas, particularly the more complex the relationships are, the more complex the potential layers of duties and obligations are, where it's very difficult to do that without there being human analysis. And obviously handling unstructured and open-ended tasks. So, if the AI, even with advanced neural networks, being able to handle complex assessment of different data points, nevertheless, they are structured tasks. Those machines are doing structured jobs rather than completely unstructured jobs, at least in as far as interpreting law and evidence is concerned. So last night I drew a picture. I actually was trying to make this look like both a neural network and a brain, but it's completely illegible to you, I think. So I've broken it down into smaller parts. But what I've attempted to do here is try and imagine all of the different corners of the legal profession, the judicial landscape, where AI and technology is likely to intervene and be available and assist us in the conduct of our jobs. And so the stakeholders that I'm looking at are, if I can figure out how to use the laser. Nope. Okay, the laser's not working. So the different stakeholders that I'm looking at are the judiciary, the judicial system itself, legal practice, meaning private legal practice, lawyers and so on, whether the public will be able to actually access legal services by themselves, almost a sort of self-service access to the law, and also the legislative environment. So I'll go through these one by one, and I mention those in no particular order. So the first one I'm going to deal with is public self-service. Now, in China, I understand that there are something like 100 robots, meaning machines sitting in courts across the country, that are actually available for members of the public to ask questions to. And of course, there are a huge number of questions that judges and lawyers deal with on a day-to-day basis, which are so binary or simple or focused in nature that it's actually possible to just move all of that kind of analysis and question answering to a machine. And that is definitely being rolled out. As I say, there are a number of these in China. We're probably going to be seeing them in many other parts of the world. I mean, obviously, you can access a lot of information on the internet these days, and I will be very surprised if there aren't analysis tools and interactive web-based tools for answering legal questions. And we'll see a proliferation of these without a doubt. So first of all, can a computer answer legal questions? Well, in some cases, the answer is going to be yes. If I want to sue somebody, I've entered into an agreement, maybe I've lent somebody some money, it's a simple loan agreement or a simple loan, and that person hasn't repaid me, or somebody has given me a check which has bounced, to take an example which is obviously commonly legislated for here. Well, the procedures for what you should do if you're in that situation should be easily available, because the procedures are predictable, they're known, and it's very possible to produce a model for the technology to actually process the question and deliver an answer. Over here on the left-hand side of the screen, we see actually in IP, whether it's in filings for IP protections, whether we see it in the context of real estate transactions, even in the transfer of ownership of vehicles and so on. Standard day-to-day transactions that are simple and automated. I mean, when I go to the UK, I can't get these things done anywhere near as easily as I can here in Dubai. Dubai really is, one of the smartest cities on earth, and a lot of this is already there and automated. So there's no reason why the availability of answers to questions like that cannot be developed and provided by technology, adopting these, these narrow, process-driven systems. And advising on procedural matters is the same thing. Advising on a cause of action, now we're going to get into slightly more complex territory there, which is, I have a contract with somebody and I have a certain set of facts that has happened, and I think maybe there's been a breach of the contract. Is it possible that I can show that document to a computer and tell the computer what's happened and have the computer say to me, yes, I think there's been a breach of contract? So I think that is actually coming. Again, it'll have to be in relatively limited and fairly simple circumstances where, for example, the answer to the question is somewhat binary. Has there been repayment? Has there not been repayment? Or, am I owed interest or am I not owed interest? Or what is the calculation of a penalty? It is possible because we're seeing a very rapid proliferation of legal tools available to the profession generally that is beginning to take a more and more analytical approach to reviewing legal documentation. And referring legal service providers, I mean, actually, this is an interesting one because really it's a commerce question or a marketplace question. There are machines that will very easily be able to tell you that you need to go and speak to this person because that person will probably get you the best result if you are caught in this set of circumstances. Again, it will not be necessarily deeply complex circumstances or deeply complex contractual arrangements, but if I want a really good real estate lawyer who understands how freehold is determined in a block of flats, well, there are probably several people who will show up on a list like that. And this is already happening in, as I said, the commerce space with users providing user-generated content and reviews and AI tools essentially trying to determine what the consumer needs and determining who the best providers of those services will be. So I think we're going to see more and more of that, and already it's available in some places. For the legislative environment, I think it's a little bit more complicated. I think legal interpretation, again, in certain areas, it's possible if you're asking, relatively straightforward questions. So, I'll take an example from UAE law. Party A wants to sell a piece of real estate to Party B. And the real estate, let's say, is a mall or a hotel building or a parcel of land. And the way that the transaction is structured is that that piece of real estate is owned by a special purpose vehicle, i.e. a company, and the transaction is actually a transaction for the purchase of the shares of that company. Now, under the UAE Civil Code, there is a provision of the Civil Code that says that the parties to a contract are free to choose the governing law of the contract. But then there's an immediately following provision in the Civil Code that says if it relates to real estate, then they're not permitted to do that, and it has to be the law of the land that applies to that sale and purchase. So then the question is it a sale and purchase of shares, or is it a sale and purchase of land? And how do you determine the answer to that question? It's an interesting one, and the answer to it may depend on a number of different factors, but it's the type of question that a computer can answer for somebody who goes to a system and says, here's what I want to do, can I do it this way, what is the answer? As far as writing laws are concerned and amending laws, I mean, there is document automation, which I'll talk about in a minute, where potentially you could produce relatively straightforward templates, automated templates, where a judicial authority or a legislative authority may be able to answer certain questions, which would then generate a document because the bulk of the document is standard and it's substantive provisions that would be responsive to a set of questions. But I don't see it happening with legislation particularly quickly, but it will happen in other areas. And that's in the legal profession. So again, complicated transactions that involve multiple parties, multiple contracts. Many of the transactions I work on, for example, there will be 10 contracts all involved in a single transaction because each contract does something different, or there are 5 parties to this agreement, but only 2 of those parties are parties to that agreement. Complex transactions like that may not be easy to automate. Certainly, I don't think it's possible for you to have autonomous production of contracts, because in every contractual situation, there have to be 2 parties. And if you're going to preserve the idea that parties should be represented, parties should be able to negotiate the contract that governs the relationship between them, that they should have a process of actually determining what the document says, rather than having some single piece of technology that generates a document that binds both of them. I don't think that will ever happen. It's contrary to all sorts of principles of public policy and so on. But when it comes to generating documentation, document automation, actually a lot of law firms now are using document automation to make their systems more efficient and also to make themselves more attractive to their clients. In my firm, I think we have something like 85 automated documents right now, where we've programmed a machine to ask a long list of questions, or sometimes it's not such a long list, about what the intention of the parties are, and to press a button at the end of that survey, effectively, and it generates a legal contract that is capable of being given to a counterparty, at least for negotiation. And that's saving us a lot of time, which makes our work quicker, it makes it a little bit more profitable. But to be honest with you, we're actually going into clients now, our client enterprises, and automating their own internal documents for them, because it's such a value-added tool, and it's becoming increasingly sophisticated. So document automation is definitely already here, and its level of sophistication just determines on how much work is put into creating that initial template. But there are even very complex documents. A 50-page share purchase agreement with warranty schedules and indemnities and all sorts of buyer protections and obligations can be automated, and we are already doing that. And then when it comes to the accuracy of documents, even for those people who are operating in the sort of 20th century mode of actually drafting a document, we are using tools right now that are improving our lives immensely. Now, people who are at my end of the age scale, we want our juniors, I would almost prefer my juniors to really make sure that they read a document and check that the comma's in the right place and the apostrophe is in the appropriate place and the language is correct, and to check the cross-references themselves, because all of these are very good disciplines for young lawyers who are being trained. But there are pieces of software which we're using right now that are reviewing documents for grammar, that are reviewing for grammar and typos, I should say, that are checking the cross-references, even in a very large document. In a matter of 3 minutes, we have a piece of software that will just check a 150-page agreement and make sure that every single cross-reference is accurate. And that doesn't just mean going to that, just checking numbers in a clause. It means going to that clause and the software actually analyzing what's in the cross-reference clause just to check that it matches with what's in the original clause that's making the cross-reference. It doesn't sound very exciting, but actually it's quite sophisticated, because it's using that quite deep level of analysis that I was talking about in my first presentation. We also have a piece of software that looks at, we've got a couple of them actually. One of them looks at gaps and contradictions. This is a very useful tool where, for example, a standard document that we would use for a particular type of transaction would have a set of clauses that we want to be there, and we're able to just check and make sure that it has completely followed our precedent and contains all of the provisions that we would want it to. So many applications in private practice, and as I say, I mean, this is it helps us improve our lives because we get to focus on the more exciting stuff, whether it's in legal practice or even in the judiciary, and we'll come on to that now. So I don't know if anybody has used the word judge bot before. If they haven't, then I might have invented it last night, but obviously it's that picture that I was showing you at the beginning. In other words, a robot judge that literally knows how to do the job from beginning to end, meaning having a full knowledge of your rights, your obligations, if you have a cause of action, what that cause of action might be given the circumstances, if you're an accused, whether you have a defense, what your defense might be, which the better defense might be, or at least assessing your defense, looking at evidence that's been provided, and so on and so forth, as I've mentioned on here. Now, again, as I said at the, earlier on, I think it's going to be very difficult to, for a machine to be able to deal with the complex questions, the open-ended tasks, the deep analysis that's required to look at every single unique set of factual and evidential and legal set of circumstances. You're dealing with three different things there. You know, what's the applicable law or framework, whether it's a contract, whether it's legislation, whether it's a regulation, it could be any one of those things. Each of them may have a different status in law. The governing law clause or in a contract may mean that, you know, there's another legal system that needs to analyze and interpret. And then you have the evidence and the facts of the case. Now, I've heard of a system that's being developed to actually assess for law enforcement, to assist actually law enforcement professionals, meaning police officers or investigative agencies, government agencies. When an investigation is being conducted, whether anything has been missed in the course of the investigation. So in a criminal investigation, you would expect to have potentially, depending on the fact pattern, some forensic work, some interview work with relevant identified suspects, follow-up conversations, conversations with other parties connected with suspects, all sorts of different things, you know, photography. And so there are systems that will very quickly look at, for example, a police record, which is all automated or on a computer, and see whether there's a gap, for example, in the evidence gathering, or see whether there's a gap in the evidence preservation. And so these kind of systems are going to be very helpful. But in my opinion, I do not think that we're going to be anytime soon in a position where judges are replaced by robots, because the robot is able to, you know, actually interpret all of those different inputs in a way that comes up with necessarily a reliable result, or a result that satisfies in every case public policy. I might be wrong, and there may be countries that decide that we're going to do that and have the sort of judge, jury, and executioner model. But I think it's a long time coming. And then finally, talking about the judicial system, and maybe, you know, here there are tasks that can be assisted with technology, like, for example, urgent matter type applications, interim relief applications, freezing orders, inspection orders, search orders. I mean, usually the legal tests required to be satisfied by a party seeking an interim relief like this are fairly strictly defined, and, you know, maybe it will be possible, if you are answering questions in a certain way, that an automated system will be able to generate a decision for you, or at least generate a recommendation for you that you can take to an urgent matters court, and actually really cut down the amount of time it takes, for example, to prepare an application for, let's say, a freezing order. So I'm actually going to conclude a little bit early, which is not a bad thing when you're the last session of the day. And, you know, I would love there to be some Q&A if anybody has any questions. But in conclusion, I think that, you know, the answer to the question, are judges or lawyers going to be disintermediated by technology, lies in the sophistication of the technology. And, you know, as we've heard from Mr. Tanner and Mr. Turner, your names sound very similar, by the way. I don't know if the interpreters will get the nuance there, but as you guys have both said, there are extremely sophisticated tasks that the technology is able to process. But it really goes back to those open-ended tasks, the transfer of knowledge from one area or one realm of expertise to another, the uniqueness of certain factual situations, the judging of a context. And actually, the most important one, I think, the most difficult one, is going to be cultural, linguistic inputs into public policy. Public policy is a major determinant in most countries as to what outcomes will happen through a judicial process, and the UAE is no exception to that. I think it's a very difficult step for a legislature or a judiciary to say, I'm going to put public policy decisions or the interpretation of what is a public policy decision into the hands of a machine, because that really cuts to the heart of the system of governance in the country, no matter what that system is, whether it's civil law or common law. And my common law colleagues, I'm actually a common law trained lawyer, my common law colleagues may disagree with me on that, but public policy actually remains fundamentally an important consideration in the interpretation of law, in the interpretation of fact patterns, evidence patterns, and ultimately judicial decisions. So I'm going to conclude with that, and thank you very much for your patience, thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, please, I'd be delighted to answer them. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I am Philip van Intout. I am a judge from Belgium. It's an honor to be here, and it is a brilliant presentation you have made, sir. I have a question. As a judge, I am a human being, and that means that I can make mistakes, and our legal system is built so that these mistakes can be solved. There is a Court of Appeal, there is a Supreme Court, there is a Constitutional Court. In everything I heard, when we will rely on computers, in the exposés of Mr. Turner and Tana, we heard that in artificial intelligence there can also be mistakes. For example, the demonstration of the Twitter bot that at a certain moment was sexist or was even racist. So if we do a wrong input of judgments, we might have artificial intelligence that is going to produce judgments that are false because they were put in by other human beings. But at that moment of time, we will say it is made by artificial intelligence. It's a computer, and a computer cannot make a mistake. How can we protect ourselves by really relying on that judgment while the input is also done by human beings and has mistakes in the input? That's my concern. I don't know, what is your opinion about that?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, like I said, I think there's a usefulness to technology in speeding up our lives, in pointing us in the right direction or telling us what the data points to when it comes to questions that aren't dealing with these really important questions. I mean, whether you're talking in a civil or a criminal context, a finding of liability against a party who isn't truly responsible, or a finding of guilt against a party who isn't truly guilty, is obviously a miscarriage of justice, and our legal systems abhor that. And of course we have the appellate procedure and so on, but even the appellate procedure in many countries doesn't adequately deal with something that might have happened in the first instance. And I'm personally very interested in a couple of innocence projects. I don't know if anybody's familiar with these, but they're in the US, mainly in universities, that look at already closed penal cases where defendants that have been found guilty of a crime and for some reason or another have exhausted all of the appellate procedures available to them, are still sitting in a prison, or in some cases on death row, for example, maintaining their innocence. And it's in many cases, these cases can be overturned because people are looking for mistakes that have been made that wouldn't be picked up by data inputs. So, I mean, you hear a lot these days about statistical analysis being done by narrow-tasked, machine learning tools that say, if X, then Y. So if this person fits that particular profile and they weren't at home at 11:30 at night and they made a phone call to this person, then the chances of them being guilty of that robbery are 75%. There's a lot of that kind of analysis being generated by machines. But at the same time, that person can fit all of those criteria a little bit like the fraudulent credit card transaction. And maybe I decided to buy a $10,000 holiday at 4 o'clock in the morning one night, and my bank thinks it's a fraudulent transaction, but it's not. So it's always possible that there's been a mistake. So I fully agree with you, and I think that there is a limited role for these machines, because I don't think they can ever fully grapple with every single consideration. But can they help us, can they guide us and say, look, the chances are that there's an issue here, or the chances are there's a crime, or that this person is responsible, or it's a high likelihood. It may help us, but we should always have a human element of judicial wisdom, I think.
Would you be an advocate for a system where there is preparation done by artificial intelligence and then the human being takes over at the end to check if the machine has done the right job? Or?
So the question is where a machine kind of does the prep work, but it's checked by a human. Yeah, I mean, as long as, ultimately the responsibility of the human who has that responsibility is perhaps a little bit greater. But I don't know. I mean, it may be that, with document automation, like I said, we're using it for certain tasks, even for quite complex documents, actually. So normally as a corporate lawyer, I would ask a 4-year call lawyer to draft a share purchase agreement for me. It's going to be a 50, 60-page document, quite a complex document, complex concepts and so on. But actually, if that lawyer is able to get the answer to 40 questions, then we can actually get a machine to generate that document in a fraction of the time, and to a fairly high degree of accuracy. Now, what we normally will do is when we do a document automation like that, it takes quite a bit of time to come up with the questions, test the automated document, check it, figure out if it made any sense. So there's actually a sort of human interaction in the algorithm, if you like. But eventually, when that thing has been built, we think that the outcome is quite a good one. We end up with quite a good quality product. So obviously your effort amortizes over time, and then at a certain point it's actually quite a useful thing to have. But I would never automatically generate a document and then send it to a client without at least moving through it. But I would want that to be the case. Yeah.
مساء الخير. طارق سعيد، قاضي مصري معار في دائرة شؤون القانونية لحكومة دبي. أستأذن حضرتك أنا تأكيدا لمقولة الزميل، أنا أرى أن القضاء الجزائي أو الجنائي كما يسمى عندنا في مصر هو قضاء عقيدة في المقام الأول قبل ما يكون قضاء قانون. فبالتالي يتطبق دايما قاعدة أعطني قاعدة ظالمة وقاضي عادل حر. فبالتالي لو أنا اعتمدت على الروبوت أو الذكاء الاصطناعي أنا بجرد القاضي من أهم ميزة وهي ميزة العقيدة. دي نمرة واحد. نمرة اثنين، أغلب القضاة بيجمعهم حب المداولة والرأي الآخر. فلو تحولنا إلى قضاة تمام عبارة عن روبوت فقدنا أهم حاجة للقاضي وهي المداولة وسماع الرأي الآخر. فدي وجهة نظري الشخصية. شكرا.
أنا موافقك بالرأي صراحة. يعني أنا الجزء الثاني من سؤالك فهمته. الجزء الأول شوية ضعت فيه. أنا كنت تعذروني لأنه صار لي 10 سنين بدرس اللغة العربية، بس أنا ربيت بتكلم إنجليزي فقط، يعني لغتي عم تتحسن شوي. بس سؤالك الأول أعتقد إنه دخل بالقضاء.
سؤالي أساسه إن إحنا القضاء عبارة عن أمرين: قانون زائد وجدان أو عقيدة أو ساتسفاي القاضي.
نعم.
بالنسبة لأدلة الثبوت وأدلة النفي. فبالتالي لو أنا جعلت القاضي مجرد روبوت أنا هيبقى عندي المادة القانونية وليس الشعور الإنساني مع العقيدة مع الاطمئنان الداخلي لإصدار حكم.
100%.
فده قصدي.
100%. وأعتقد إنه يعني هذا يعني متوقع من الصيغ الدستورية كلها، يعني إنه لازم يكون في وجود التداول يعني والوجود القضائي بالقرار. شكرا. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
نشكر السيد عبد الله مطاوع على هذه الكلمة. السادة الحضور الكرام، كانت هذه الورقة هي ختام لقائنا لهذا اليوم، على أمل لقائي بكم إن شاء الله غدا في تمام الساعة 8 صباحا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.